I'm going to get right to this. For those coming in and be leaving comments, I probably will not be paying attention in the beginning, but I will address it when I get through. Uh, I've been telling Lionel, if you keep on, I'm going to expose you. I did check into some things to see what I can do and what I can't. And I have a lot of stuff on here, but there's some things that I can't and I won't play because, and a lot of it, Lionel is actually saying the legal name of this autistic person uh, and his mother. And we're not going to do that. We're not going to expose this person. But Lionel continues over and over and over. This is going back 5 years of changing his stories to everybody about what happened and what did not happen. So we're just going to start with this one. But before I start, because this first one is going to be 15 minutes long, him talking. This is before his global report was filed on a government IC3 website. And if you don't know what that is, it's a website that anybody can go to. And you can report, there's 3 different sections. You can report something to the FBI. You can also report to a cyber section when something is happening on cyber, and anything cyber is happening online or in other things as well, such as if you think that your computer has been hacked or somebody is harassing you online, grabbing your stuff, maybe putting it on a porn site, anything like that. But Lionel is a whole different ballgame. He's in South Africa. So I had to go through that to, excuse me, get from my country in the United States over to his country. A lot of people do things and they don't realize that there is no borderline when it comes to you reporting anything that has to do with trafficking of human beings or reporting when you see something's going on that could affect a child. And that's exactly what happened. So the quick rundown with me is this. Lionel, I thought was my friend. I sent him subs, which were my friends. We were all getting along just fine. But the part that I cannot play because he is talking about it and bringing up this autistic son of my friend, he insists on saying the name. And I can't play that part. There's other parts I can't play because they were already turned over. But I found some things that I got here that I can play, and you can consider it, or you don't have to. So um, let me look at something real quick. And this is not the real dot underscore. And if you're coming in as a clone of that, we're just going to get you out of here right now. I'm not in the mood for none of your shit. So, bam, you're gone. Okay, now this is the best one to start with because we're going to get to the other. And I want you to pay real close attention to the beginning part of what he's saying because he talks about what his fetish is, and one is scat. If you don't know what scat is somebody that gets into feces. It's a sick thing, but it's a fetish. And Lionel has told y'all many times about scat and what he likes about it, that kind of thing. And I want to make it clear Lionel did not touch a minor. To my knowledge, he didn't touch the minor. But when you go around and you're watching a kid, and that right there tells you something. But Lionel lies, and I have everything where he actually did go into a room with this autistic person at Blue's Clues. Go look up Blue's Clues, and you'll find out that Blue's Clues is a child program that is in Canada, and it was actually made for kindergartners. But a lot of people that have severe autism, they go there too. Their mindset is as children. Not all autistic people are that way, but it depends on what spectrum you are. So, in saying that, I'm going to shut up and I'm just going to let you hear Lionel's voice. You can listen and you can hear, or you can just bypass it. But, Lionel, this is one way to expose you. But the things that I can't expose, there are people that can. So, keep talking your shit. Keep talking down on me. Do whatever you want to do. But I'm telling you, your time ain't up. It's not up. I warned you, especially last year, that you're going to have people still watching you because they're in there watching you now. And if this is really you in here, Lord Dandy 2.0, you need to stick around. You need to stick around. And nobody's obsessed with you. You're the one that's obsessed. You have no content unless you're talking about Rose or you're talking about me. Now it's your turn. You need to pay attention. Here we go.
That's child abuse. And
Wait, I got to start it over. He's taking it that as though we trapped him, entrapped him, led him to this shit, and it never happened.
That's child abuse. And using an underage kid as a lure to try and catch a pedo is also vigilantism. And it's also entrapment, and it's also child abuse.
And this is something that never happened to him.
What is that kid doing if that's what it's for, hey? Is that what it's for? Disgusting, revolting. But then again, I watch people scat.
Scat.
You know, you get the colors in the game. The blue scarf is vanilla. The yellow scarf is water sports. Urolagnia, pissing. The black scarf is leather and bondage. The red scarf is puppeteering, fisting. And the brown scarf is scatology. But if you ever are looking or need, say, a lawyer, hey, because I've got lawyers, you know, people have lawyers on retainers. I've got lawyers that are on my retainer. They pay me because I'm a healer.
Fix and blow you out of the water with that one too, Lionel.
Let's see here.
Okay, we're going to stop it there for just a minute.
Oh, I must be talking in this one.
This
Never
is
mind.
to continue documentation on Lionel Roy, of whom I really and truly thought was my friend. He is openly gay, which was fine with me. I love him to death. But he has a new channel. I've been aware of it for a while, and I've been following it just to
This
see
is a recording, y'all, from 5 years ago. Before
which
he
direction
got
he was going to take.
an IC3
The reason
report.
I'm documenting this one is because he's getting more and more angry as he goes, and he's making more and more attacks. Not just against me, but other people that, because of my request, associated themselves with his channel, because he was asking for at least 100 subs by his birthday, and I asked some of my people to go and check him out and sub to him. And unfortunately, I began to catch some really bad red flags with him. And there are 2 other videos here that you can watch that I suggest that you watch, especially if you have children, because you want to make sure that this man right here is not subbed to them or following them. Now, he's about to give you the number of an attorney.
You don't have to retract nothing, Lionel. Everything's
This
being
attorney's-
recorded on here. Just keep on typing.
I don't know if this thing's recording. I hope it is. But this attorney's name is Lionel.
Let's talk about Lionel.
And he has a wife named Lynn. And these 2 people are involved in exposing child trafficking. But if you'll listen close, Lionel is going to pretend or should I say impersonate, being part of their firm and organization.
And like you didn't even consider, I might know these people.
So again,
You're crazy, Lionel.
he is impersonating. And I'm doing this so that I can make them aware.
If you need a lawyer in America, get your pen ready and you can write this telephone number down.
They're very
he's a
aware of
great
you
guy
now, Lionel.
because
They
even
have
his
been.
wife
Don't think that
is
they might not
involved
have a watcher on your
with
ass.
Okay, I hope
his
I don't
wife
run
is
out of
Lynn.
minutes.
She runs Lynn's Warriors, and she has a radio station, I think in New York, and she is
He's done his
connected
homework.
throughout the states with the truckers.
He's doing everything he can to try to hide what
how
I've
they
already
communicate to
exposed.
find the children. You know, 800,000 children a year disappear in America. Children and people.
Okay.
I mean, so
I will post the link to this video down below, but I need to get to the main
human
part.
trafficking and child
Excuse me, just a minute.
If you could see this,
Okay, he's about to get to the Lionel part.
you'd see the photos of this.
And like I said in my last beginning video, or my Trump video, you know,
He actually uses an email
what the enemy was up to.
and the website
This little
ESPN.
anti-spider.
If you go to it, it'll show the real.
This went to
Lionel media.
IC3, Lionel,
The picture.
back in
It's
the
not
day.
him.
Yeah, you can also email Lionel at lionelmedia.com. But you better have a proper story to tell. You know, I go by many names. I have gone by many names. Marcus, Mark, Lionel, Edward.
You see how he's trying to deflect it that it's him? Keep listening.
But I've never interrupted people. It's not for any gain. On this YouTube, I was looking for subscribers, yes. And maybe still I want you to subscribe if you're watching this. It's very
It's
interesting.
all about the subs.
You got to be careful.
You should have been careful.
Especially with these people with I've changed, they've got, their profile name is Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 4 verse 4 or something like that. Don't trust that.
It's probably you.
Okay, I think we'll stop right there, but I need to go to something else, so hold on just a second. This is link that he provides for the lawyer. When you click on it, be sure and check it out. Also, be sure and check out the link for Lynn. Double check the name of her husband that he gives you. Alright, coming right back. This is the Facebook page for Lynn. Lynn's Warrior. And she is a very respected woman. And him linking his name to her is sickening.
Trying to deflect. Thanks for
I'm not
Lionel
done
bringing
yet.
up my brother. I'll address that when I'm
Yes.
done, Lionel.
He is her husband. And his name is Michael Lebron.
Michael. Not Lionel.
Does it look familiar? Let's go a little bit further. Who does that look like?
Same man.
That's what you'll get when you click on one
It
of
says
his
Lionel
links.
Nation. New design coming soon. Who put that up
And,
there, Lionel? Wasn't him.
Isn't that strange? Is he impersonating somebody? Is this newsletter that he says he's going to send?
Is your
is
heart
it even
beating fast
real?
yet? Because that's ain't
He
nothing
has
compared
an
to what I'm
email
about to play.
address also under this name. Wouldn't be the first time, would it, Lionel? I'm still not done.
She had this video with this AB12999XXX line 1 line 2
Talking about
line.
me.
She repeated it and she couldn't blacklisted video. Everybody had to see this video because she's doing this investigation.
This gets
into
cut off.
pedo hunting.
I will come back.
It's called extortion.
Texas ring a bell to you?
Really?
Yeah. You looked at that one site, Lizzie. It asked for a credit card to view anything.
Did it now?
And I promise you, if you pay for it, you know what you're going to view? You're going to view underage minors.
Wow.
Bullshit.
So she reads this line for line for line, and she must be so high.
Oh, really?
Still accusing me of drugs
We all can
when
see
you're the
what
meth
she's gonna
head
read.
that
And she
mainlines
misses
that
the most
shit
important
into your
word.
veins.
Minor.
Really?
Noted. Blah, blah, blah. XXX 153. Noted. 9. Oh, let me read that line again. 666 153. Minor. Noted.
We'll let you go right there, Lionel.
It's not serious.
We're going to show you how serious it is.
You found out after this, though, didn't you, Lionel, that
Here
it was
is what he is
serious.
referring to.
We're going to talk about
And
that.
you can go. I'll put a link to this. You can go.
I don't give a
and
shit if
find
you're the
it.
real Peggy or the fake one. I'll address you in a minute, too.
Are codes. And I will not go into explaining everything because it's for my protection. What he's talking about is right here. If I can get up to it, it show.
There
I
are
think it is.
like
I can't tell
7
nothing through this
different
camera.
people
Let me see if I can get a
with
better
code numbers
picture.
that was watching
I hope
all of
Does
this.
not cut off.
And this is what he's talking about.
What the heck is it? Right there is where he's talking about. Now what happened? Hold on. My light in here is not worth a crap, but right there he's talking about minor noted, and it's active. Let me go back here, and it's number 6, I think, PS/AS, and it's got an apostrophe by it, and that's for a reason. And it's KDG5, and the XXXX is blanked out, and that's for a reason. And what else does it say? 11, 10, 20, 20. I need to see if I can actually hear myself read number 5. Let's just listen and see if it says what he says. KDG5, XXX, AB, NX, complete. Number 2, EM, KDG5, XXXX, AB, NC, 74, active. 3, DD, KDG5,
This was read off
NR, 15,
to the
open.
agents that I had to give this
Number
to.
4, ML, KD. Oh, this crazy computer. Hold on. ALB. Number 6, PS slash. Ooh. Number 6, PS slash AS. KDG5, XXXX dash ABN 754 dash 87 dash DG74 dash active. Note. Minor noted. Think I said it, Lionel. Number 6. Again, I'll say that. PS/AS. KDG5 XXXX dash ABN 754 87 DG 7 4 active. Minor noted. Now, before I run out of time, please don't let me run out of time. Active. Let me say, minor noted. Lionel, it doesn't matter what channel you start or who you're connected with. These codes mean something. And no matter what you say, everybody knows that I am a target because of the life that I have led and I continue to lead. And you can call it extortion, whatever you want to, but all you're doing is burying yourself deeper and deeper and deeper. And so go ahead, dude. Go ahead. Because you now have another KDG number. And this makes about your 4th one, I think. I'll know for sure in about, 24 hours at least. So keep your channel. There's no need to take it down. Go ahead and keep it. Because even if you make another one, I'll know within 12 hours. Bella, if you're watching this,
Remember Bella?
have you had enough yet? Are you starting to learn that what I had told you in the beginning is true? He used you, now you're used up, and he's looking for somebody else. So everybody beware. First it was Rose, then it was me, now it's Bella. Who's he coming for next?
We know, don't we, Donna?
People better be careful. Watch your kids and watch yourself. Well, happy Fuck It Day. Fuck It, F-A apostrophe K-I-T, is Choctaw for turkey. Ah, dang, Lionel. You pick a fuck it day to fuck with everybody? Well, looks like you just got fucked again. Sorry,
I'm
everybody.
getting them, Peggy.
So sorry.
Looking at Texas
But I
right
won't let
now.
this dude go. Not as long as he wants to keep fishing. I'm a snapping turtle. He thinks I'm a spider. I'm that too. And a hornet.
All right, that's enough of that one. I'm going to keep on with Lionel. Just keep on typing up in here because I'm going to address every single thing that's being said to me in here. Thank you, Lewis. All right, that's just the start of it, when it started. I also want to I want to show you some other things other than just this, but I want to stick to this for just a second. I'm having to be real careful on which ones that I click on here because I got a ton of them. I just want to be sure that I don't click on one where he actually says these minors' names. Okay, hang on. I got one where you can just tell he's panicking. Let's get up here. I don't know really what this one is, but I want to see what it says. It's recent, I think, not too long ago. Let's see what it says. It may not even be worth listening to, but we'll see.
Is upset with me because once again I have implicated her in a certain incident that happened to me in, I think, 2020.
Blue's Clues.
2020. And yes, you're right, Sippy.
This has been a couple of years back
You
too.
weren't involved in the creation of the setup.
Never was a setup.
But you need to own that you were involved in the setup of the entrapment. I wasn't the only one. There were 17 people in the bushes watching this underage 17, 16-year-old Down syndrome kid acting like a Blue's Clues guy saying, ask me a question. Let me go into the closet. Come and follow me and answer this question. But Sippy, you used that to attack me. You used that as evidence.
First of all, nobody lured Lionel anywhere. I've got the video, Lionel, but I can't play it because the names are in there. You even said when you did this, let me rattle your brain a minute, that the best way to get to know the mother is to get to know the child. That was your excuse. But my friend that I sent over to your channel that we just talked about, you got to know her, and then you found out that she had a very autistic son. So you started watching him, and you followed him over to Blue's Clues. And I don't give a shit how many people were in there. The point of the matter is, you didn't follow him into a closet. The real truth is, you followed him into another private area, and you admit that you found him attractive, and it goes from there. And once you got over to Blue's Clues, if you saw that this is mostly autistic people, but that you just keep saying Down syndrome, it doesn't matter if it's Down syndrome or if it's autistic. You were in a place where you saw that people were not mature in their brains, their ways of thinking. They're just like kids. And you still participated. His mother knew nothing about that. I knew nothing about that. But you were slamming meth and drinking, and you told the whole story, and it was recorded. So, no, I had nothing to do with that. Yes, I made it clear to everybody I never hid it, that I was the one that reported you on the IC3 global scale. I've never, ever hidden that fact. And we're going to get to that too. But you tell part truth, but you always put a lie in it. Let's finish it.
That I was a CSA, assailant, assaulter. I've never assaulted or sexually a child.
How do we know that? Because if you're going to go around watching them, see, people that watch porn, that's what they desire. And some people, they're so addicted to it that some will actually go act on it. You've done let us know that you are a fetish person and you do act on the scat. You're very familiar with all the rest of them. You just admitted that in the other one. And you don't think there's anything wrong with watching children, just as long as you don't touch them. No, that ain't okay. Not at all. And especially when you're messing with one that has a diagnosis of something like autism. And you're going also to a children's program. That's what predators do.
And it was definitely a setup. And that's what that channel did, it seems, to grown men.
Grown men. You admit that too.
So, yes, Sippy, you never set it up.
Didn't have nothing to do with it.
But
Nobody
you
set you
did
up.
use it.
I used it.
At the time. Because you believed that it needed to happen.
Lionel, it needed to happen. And I don't give a shit who you are, even if you're the president. If I catch you spying on children, and especially I find out that you are communicating with them, I'm going to do the right thing, and I am going to report it. I don't care who you are. That included you.
Like I said, afterwards, when I realized, do you believe you're doing good?
I know I'm doing good. I'm doing what's right.
You believe you were
It ain't no
part of
believed, no past tense.
catching perpetrators. And that's why I'm still friends with you, because I want perpetrators to be caught.
That's not why you had my friendship back. And we're going to prove that too in just a few minutes. And you're not my friend. You never were my friend. Get that through your head too. Blowing it right out.
No, you didn't set the setup up. No, you didn't.
You said it 3
But you
times.
were definitely involved in trying to destroy me.
I'm trying to destroy you, but you're not going to mess with kids. Yeah, I know you don't. You're trying to figure out if you said it right.
Own it, Sippy. It's not the end of the world.
Oh, I own it, all right. You need to own it.
The judgments are other people's judgments. I judged you, saying that that's wrong. You shouldn't. But that's my opinion.
Your opinion is sinking your ass. Okay, now let's go to another one. All right.
This is just a quick.
All right. I accidentally got out of the thing, so let me go back. This is frustrating to try to do on my phone, but it's going to get done. If y'all have the patience to stick around and you'll listen to it. If you don't, then you're just as damn idiotic as he is. Especially you that keep going over there. Peggy, you just stick around because I don't even know that. Let me check you real quick because I do hope this is you. I got plenty to say to you. I thought I banned you. Just hang on. I want to check out Peggy. Now, I got a feeling this is real Peggy. So you just stick around, little bitch, because I really want to talk to you. All right, let's see what else I might can play on here. Gosh, I wish I knew which one I can punch on. I do not want that boy's name to come out. Once the reports are in and something's been done, it's not wise to play them again. But some of these things, I know that I can. Oh, I hate even looking at this. Some of this makes me so sick. Go here and see what I can find. Just give me a second. I've got on here too where Lionel is talking to Rose. He's the one that got it started that Rose was a trafficker. He's talking to her. And he's giving her a type of warning like, Rose, you can't do that. He's not mad at her. And I don't know if she was on the other end or not because of the way the recording was set up. But this is the thing. When Lionel gets really pissed off at you, that's the only time he'll tell the truth. When it's something, it just depends. But there was things about Rose that was coming up anyway. And then Lionel said something and it got recorded, but he took it down. And she wants to blame me for saying she was a trafficker. That's not what I said. And it's funny how Lionel always says, Sippy this, Sippy that, Rose this, Rose that. But he has never showed one receipt on me because he can't. He has none. Just give me a second. I've got to go down through here and look because I've got so many people on here that I have to keep all of this information. So just let me scan a minute. I can't play that one. Can't play that one. He was so busy making up so many stories, and each and every one of them is different. But I'm saving a lot of these right here because he's fixing to get another one. I'm teaming with another people that are watching this that are in with another group, and Lionel linked right up to him. I told him, I said, "You're gonna link. You're gonna link." Did he listen? No, he don't listen to shit. And now that I see how he's behaving, and he wants to just keep on with me, I'm not playing. I am sick of this shit. And if I die today, I'm gonna make sure that I got every single bit of this together. I'm putting out what I can on here so you people can know, because later on you're gonna find out I've not been telling a lie about a damn thing, and Lionel knows it, but he has got too much. What's the word I'm looking for? Confidence, just because he's got up to over 1,000 subs. He's got very few that come in there to even listen to him every time. And most of them are women. And for some reason, he thinks that he's Mr. Shit right now. He's not. He is Mr. Shit in the fact that he is in the damn pig sewage. And he thinks that first one did something. Oh, it ain't nothing compared to what's coming. Where in the crap? I want to find. I could just tell you these things, but I want you to hear him. What is that? I'll have to listen to that before I play that, because that's got a title on it that is giving a red flag. I better not do that one. I'm just giving you the bare minimum here. I wonder if I can find it easier if I do it this way. I can do stuff a lot quicker on my laptop. But on this phone, I can't have C, for one thing. I just barely touch this phone and it takes me away from what I'm wanting. So let's try this. Might can get to it a lot quicker this way. Let's talk about Lionel's lies. When I talk about stuff like this, he loves to say, "You're lying. That's a lie." No, it's not. And he knows it's not. So he makes an excuse. This is where you screwed up too, Lionel, because you're admitting that you are nothing but a liar. Here's one thing.
So I don't think you're going to see it. I got an email from Sippy.
These are older stuff, but this is more recent.
She complained about me, saying that when she went to rehab,
Yeah.
and she says, "Stop lying." Darling, you lie about me, I lie about you.
So you lied.
Okay? It's as simple as that. You want to carry on about my relationships with underage people? I carry on with your meth addicted lily white hands.
Another lie.
Here.
All right. So I lie about him. He lies about me. He wants everybody to think that I'm telling lies. I don't lie. So he says, I lie about you. In other words, he's making up every damn thing he's telling y'all about me. I have never done meth, any kind of drug like that. I got sick when I went out west to Arizona to visit my family. So sick that I almost died while I was there. He takes that information and the fact that I filmed going over Vegas in a flight to come home, that I actually went out there to go to a Betty Ford clinic. He also takes the fact that I do free flow art and I had never used a torch lighter, and I did use one. I didn't know, I'll never do that again. But I didn't realize that when I put the torch lighter down into this big freaking thing that I had, like a big cup, along with everything else, while my painting was in my bathtub to lay there and to dry, I came back in here, and after a little while of that gas coming out, it exploded. It freaking caught my bathroom on fire. Sounded like a bomb went off. And praise the Lord, my shower head was one of those I could just jerk up and just start spraying. And I got it out. But Lionel ran with that one too to say, yeah, because she was in there doing meth and blah, 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 blah. I don't know why or how you people that have been over there for so long are listening to him and you don't catch his lies. Because he will tell you stories again. But you people are not listening. You're either in the chat talking about everything else and you just totally miss everything that he says. But especially if you hear him talking about underage children, babies in nappies, he tells that story different too. First time he says, these little black babies in nappies, just in their nappies. Then he changes it later because he sees he's messed up. Well, they're fully clothed in their nappies. The real reason that Lionel got mad at TikTok is because at one time, even here in America, it was being said that TikTok was probably going to be banned out because of all the porn on it. And Lionel said, everybody does that. You can see porn everywhere. I get porn stuff on here all the time. You don't have to click on it. Did he? Yes, he did. And he admitted it. That's the Torah. So if he's looking at little babies, including younger boys, and even those that are 15 and 16, he's attracted to younger minors, y'all. And it's always boys. I've got one on here where he's making an excuse of saying it's only natural for girls, women, whatever, to look at another girl's body, even if they're minors. I hate to tell you this, you dumb shit, but no, it's not normal. It is not normal. We don't go around if we're in a room with another girl and just start looking at their bodies. And it shouldn't be normal for a man, just because you are a man and you see some kid with their clothes off, that you're going to sit there and lust over their body. You're sick. See what else I can find on here. And what you did, Lionel, is also later on, you're slamming meth. You admit to that. You don't even know if you really cannibalized a kid. You don't know if you did. I think you did. Let me get back. I'm just playing enough here to give people a room to scratch their head for a second and rethink and ask themselves, do they really want to be over at your channel? Because you're getting another report, Lionel. And the other one, it's still active. Just so you know. It's still active. You honestly think that a global report, and they already got what they got, and the very fact that we know, and you've even admitted it, when you got tracked on your Wi-Fi, it wasn't even your damn Wi-Fi. Come to find out, you were booting off of your neighbor. So therefore, your neighbor was also talked to make sure they didn't have anything to do with it. And they didn't. And what did your neighbor do? He trained his own daughter how to kill you if she had to. You keep talking about a gun was pulled on you. Who pulled that gun? Why did they pull that gun? You keep wanting to talk about you shoot straight from the hip? Shit. I still got the video where you're paranoid as hell sitting in your bathroom thinking there's people out there ready to kill you. One time you got so delusional in your psychosis of your drugs, you honestly thought I was out there. Let's just tell it like it is, Lionel. I want to find the one where once you finally, because, and I think the only reason you could do it was because of COVID, to be honest, because everything was shut down. You couldn't get alcohol. A lot of things you couldn't get. But you apologized to me way later. I want to find it. I wonder if I type it in this way, if it'll just come up. But you sent me an email with an unlisted apology in it. You were very humble. I could tell you was looking a little bit better, but still looking bad. I'm surprised you didn't kill yourself that year. But you sent me an apology. You asked me for my forgiveness. You admitted you're right. What you did was right. And I'm so sorry. I'm asking you to forgive me. All this kind of stuff. And I prayed on that because I believe somebody that's sincere asking for forgiveness, you should forgive them if you can. I also knew, though, that if I did, and I allowed you back into my life and me into yours, I was going to lose a bunch of subs. But I've never been about the subs. And everybody that's ever come to my channel knows I'm not about the subs. I'm not about the likes. I'm not about any of that. The quantity don't mean shit to me. The quality of the people that come to me is what matters to me. So I did, and I made it known to everybody. This man, he got his report. He's been investigated. He's gotten better. He's not on the drugs anymore. He's not drinking like he was. And I have to have hope for him because I know that what I reported, at least he didn't touch a child. And Lionel, I've already told you, and I've told others, that when it comes to pedophilia, that I know a little bit more about that than what most people do. Most people that are pedophiles, true pedophiles, they can do an MRI scan and there's something in the brain that shows up that it is a disorder. Therefore, I don't think that pedophiles should be thrown into a prison because they're going to kill them. I don't think that a pedophile should have to be known as a pedophile and then people out here on the streets kill them. There needs to be a special place where pedophiles are put so that children are protected and also they're protected because there's no cure. You got that through your head yet? I've told a bunch of people that. And I get hated for saying that. But I know the anatomy and physiology, and I also know that I study. I have been molested a couple of times, maybe more than that. But the first person that ever put their hands on me, I was 8 years old, and it was a female. I don't hate men, so shut the hell up about that. It can happen to anybody. And then some people become pedophiles because they were molested when they were young. And it's all they know. So there's a lot more to that too. So you need to shut your mouth. But you got all these people thinking one thing when it's really another. And I'm just exposing this here so that when all of a sudden you come up missing, they might have an idea why. Just like you came up missing before. I am so tired. I am sick. You made fun of that like I'm just faking. A lot of you did. No, I'm not faking. I'm for real. And I've had enough of your shit. Plus, you aligned yourself with another criminal group just because you just had to get into my business. Come figure out what's Sippy doing. What's Sippy doing? And you aligned yourself with some of the most dangerous people that you could have. And see, you're in their report. That's another report. because your name's right there with it. You are absolutely stupid. Uh, I want to see if I put it in like this, if I can find this. Here we go. This is going to be the last one I play because I'm scared to death I'm going to push on something and that kid's name's going to come out. But let's listen to your apology once you got yourself straight for a minute. But why did I stick around all these years? Let's answer that one first. Even though I forgave you here, I stuck around with you. And a lot of people didn't understand, well, why in the world are you still being friends with him? Because I know patterns. I knew you'd do it again. I didn't watch you so I could report you again. I was watching you so I could make sure that if you did it again, I knew who that kid was. And the only reason that you didn't get thrown completely under some bars is because the mother of the one that you followed didn't sign the paper. That's the only reason. But this time will be different. Listen to him apologizing.
I'm praying to you to make this energy real in this video,
Acting like he's praying.
in this apology, in this effort that I'm making. So I come to you showing you my intentions of good health and good faith and good forgiveness and good honor.
I'll be addressing the chat when I'm done, y'all. Just hang tight.
I bring up Donna,
You in the bushes,
Sippy,
give a thumbs up, please.
because I did wrong.
I did wrong. You did.
I apologize profusely for starting and triggering events that could not be stopped all the way from Mississippi to Seattle to Michigan.
Oh, real quick, before I finish playing that, before I forget, Lionel, let's talk about Bella for a minute. Why do you think that Bella didn't have nothing to do with you? You might think one thing, she might say one thing, but I'm going to tell you why Bella left. Belladonna, I know her real name too. Belladonna got a phone call. That's why she separated herself from you. She got a phone call. Just so you know.
Cyberland. And it was all my fault on the 31st of December, the 31st of October, 2020.
Yeah, 2020. There you
I
go.
was forewarned. But you think you can get out of some things, but some things you can't get out of.
Exactly.
And I never, after the deeds were done, I only sent love and health. I never had thoughts of ill, bad will towards you, Donna. I couldn't, because I had a fear of your thoughts. And you taught me so much. And we had a lot of good times. And I really enjoyed your friends.
You lost every one of them, didn't you?
I one day will be amazed if Michigan would forgive me and Texas, if they're still in those areas. I did wrong. And I'm sorry. paid a price.
Not enough.
And I want everybody to move on now. Because we're all getting older. And
you're still getting older.
Life gets tougher. So we have to get smarter.
You ain't doing a good job at it, dude.
And I bring on the worst. If it's going to be bad, it's going to be 10 times worse.
And it is now, about 20 times
that's
worse.
What I apologize for. It was going to be bad anyway, I suppose. But the truth came out.
Sure did.
Everything that Donna said, besides one thing, was true. And I should have left it. That's the truth. Should have been a gentleman. But that didn't happen. So, Donna, I hope you can move on. I pray that your health, when you see this, is instantaneously relieved.
And I moved on. I forgave you, acted like nothing happened, continued coming to your channel. You didn't move on, though, did you, Lionel? Nope. Because after this is when we found out about the TikTok and the little babies in nappies. Never said a word.
No disease in your body, no pain. Only thoughts of love and healing. And good memories. And to Justin,
This pisses me
I
off.
have come to terms with the fact
An empath?
that I'm an empath.
Bullshit.
Empath. And I have had communication and experience in the last 8 months, 10 months. But I've also learned to not to have to tell everybody everything. They'll find out if they need to know. A lot has changed. A lot of things.
He's trying to tell me that he's had communication with my son since he passed away. I promise you, if he ever had communication with my son, he wouldn't be as calm as he is. I know that for a fact. And he's definitely not an empath.
The world has changed completely. And so have I. And I hope we can all just upgrade.
You downgraded.
From here, I'm sure we will. I forget things before I even remember them. I hope you can forgive me.
And I did.
From the bottom of my heart. You did nothing wrong. Sometimes in life, you've got to learn. You've got to be able to lose everything you have. And I did. I lost it. Nobody else lost it. I lost it. It's still there. It's just different now. So welcome to Hand in Hand with Kenny Baba.
He had to do another channel.
I'm your host, Lionel Roy, XL Baba. Don't worry, on TikTok they already know I'm schizophrenic.
Right here, whoa.
And,
On TikTok, he's bringing back TikTok. They already know I'm schizophrenic. But pay real close attention to these next words.
Yo, that's the scar, this weird thief that came into my life again. He says, you're so schizophrenic. Well, no. It's multiple personality disorder.
Bullshit. No diagnosis for it. He does not have that. But listen to the next sentences.
But not really.
But not really.
But Sippy knows that.
But Sippy knows that. He knows I know. I know exactly what it is. It's meth. It's alcohol. It's his straddling the fence, wanting to play in a spirit world. That's exactly what it is. He's a narcissist. He's manipulative. He don't know how to tell the truth and stick to the truth. He don't even know how to tell a lie because he forgets what he says and makes up a whole different story. And all of that was turned into. And that's really all it took, was listening to his stories told over and over and him messing up. And I guess he thinks that people that work in these fields, especially trained like FBI agents, are stupid.
Now stop fighting with each other.
He's talking to me and Rose.
There must be something that you can all do together. Me, do me. Oh gosh. Let's say hi. Look at my American flag, just there for Mississippi talk. And Viv and Lorraine and Ida May. Have a good summer solstice in America. America. Life gets
Okay, that's enough of that. And that's all I'm going to play because it's just too hard to find it on here. But that right there should be enough just to give you an idea. Because if I were to play everything I had, it would turn your stomachs. And if legally that I knew that I could, I would. But I don't have a way, especially on this freaking laptop, to block out the names of these people that were his targets. And I can't block out the name of the mother. So I won't do that. But that's the gist of it right there. And he is also a supporter. Is it NAMBLA or something other like that? You look it up. It's a North American association where men think it's okay and it should be legal that by the time a little boy is 8 years old, men should be able to sexually teach them that it's okay. This is what we do. And it's sick. It's so sick. And they've got lawyers to defend them. This happened with the Boy Scout leaders getting caught in this that are also members. And that's when everything got stirred up. There is no way I would get on this laptop, on any computer system, and make these allegations if I didn't have backup. You know why? Because it is highly illegal to accuse anybody of being any type of pedophile. You can go to prison for that because it is one of the worst defamation things that you could say about a person. Don't ever call anybody anything that seems to be a pedophilia word. Just because you're mad or just because you think you can. Everybody thinks I got free speech. You do not. Not for that. Read that First Amendment right and you will see in there you got free speech, but there are consequences depending on what you're saying. You better make sure you're saying the truth and you can back it up. And I can back it up. I can back it up. I always have. I don't play. My life is serious. I was called to do this. I've got the training to do this. And I will protect a kid in a minute. I don't care who you are. It's that simple. You hate me for it? I'm not a bit surprised because you're in the world and I'm on the earth. And the world is a system. And the God of this world system is the devil himself. So you stay in your world because that's what you like. But don't do war with me. because the spirit in you ain't got a chance against the spirit in me. This is not my first rodeo. I've said that many times, but hopefully it's my last. One, I don't have the strength to do it anymore. I am sick. I don't feel like I'll be here much longer. I feel like soon God will let me come back home. And I can't wait. I pray every day, Lord, don't take me yet. Take Dobie first. I don't want to leave him behind. That's my only prayer. Just don't let me leave my dog behind. Don't let me die in this house and Dobie be stuck in here with me, because I don't have anybody checking on me. I could have died the other night and I'd still be in this house right now. Dobie stuck in here with me. During the ice storm, I was stuck here for 3 weeks. No electricity, no way to call out, nothing. And nobody checked on me. I've always been the person that's right there for everybody else. I am the second mother to my siblings. I'm the one that everybody calls when they got a medical question that they don't understand. I'm the one everybody calls when they got a legal question they don't know what to do. I'm the one. But now, since Sippy no longer has the money that she used to have, and Sippy has come out of the limelight, and Sippy can't do these things, all of a sudden, Sippy, they don't call Sippy no more. Not to even check on me. I've got over 30-something thousand dollars out there loaned to people, and not one of them has come to me and offered me 1 penny to pay me back. I see how evil this world is, not just on YouTube, but in my real life. And right now, I have no sympathy. I have no empathy for any of these people. I see clearly now. No. Mm-mm. I've cut people left and right out of my life because of this. Life insurance policies changed because of this, and some of these people think they're going to get money when I die. It's probably why they don't come check on me. Well, we hope she dies because we need that money. Well, fuck y'all. You won't be getting a penny. They don't know that yet, but they won't. Won't be getting a penny. Now, since I've done that, I'm going to go address the chat. It's mighty funny that Lionel ain't in here talking right now. He may be over there on his own live when he should have been over here listening. But this is staying up. I banned the dot underscore because that is not Dot under her real name. But I don't doubt one bit when I see anything to do with Dot. I take her sock puppet accounts, her clones, that could possibly be her too. But if you ain't got enough guts to come in as yourself because you're not banned, I'm going to take it as a little bitty piece of pie to say that just might not be Dot. Because you people love to troll. You love to stir up shit. And I ain't about that, because I'd flush you right down the damn toilet if I could. But I made a video for Dot yesterday. And all of a sudden, the storm hit and I lost my Wi-Fi and it just ends at the end. But I said enough. I said enough to let Dot know how I felt about her video after I did mine. And I think it said enough. And it's really none of y'all's business. Not really. All right. Lord Dandy comes in and says, "Oh, Sippy, stop being obsessed with me." I'm not obsessed with him. You ain't heard me over here talking about him. He is obsessed with me. He's obsessed with Rose. Mainly us two. For 2 different reasons, he's obsessed with us. And this is way before he ever was reported. He's always tried to use Rose to start a war with me, or use me to start something with Rose. And they like to play games. Fake fights. I'm not about that shit. But this last go around, I honestly believed that maybe Rose had finally caught on to some things and realized that a lot of these fights that she's in with these other people are all Lionel pulling the strings. But I now don't feel that way. I don't. Me and Rose had been getting along fine with our emails. I was giving her information. I was volunteering the information to answer all of her questions. All of a sudden, after I did that, I don't hear a word from her. She's never said thank you. She's never said I'm sorry. Guess who else never says that? I'm sorry. Dot. Figure that one out. Let's finish. I see that Lionel, he's done retracted something he said. Then he comes back and says, "You're jealous of me and Rose." Honey, I ain't a bit jelly. I don't get jelly. I don't give a shit who's friends with who. He's deflecting because he ain't wanting me to talk about this. I'm up at the top here reading. I heard you were a predator, Sippy. I heard. Now that's just something for you to come up with, Lionel. This is bullshit. No, it ain't bullshit. It's your scat shit. It's your weaknesses, Lionel. And you thought that because you know I hate drama on my channel, that I would never post anything. But I posted what I did just now. And if you really mess with me, I could just go get all of this, line it up, make a private live and record it all. And then there's nobody in here. And I could just line them up, record it as I go, and then just post it. I'll just go through them and make sure you're not saying the names of your victims. You don't want me to do that, Lionel. And also, you talking about how you've got all these subs and now in Africa. You say, I don't want them to come to my channel over here. Remember, I know why you don't want them to come to your channel over there. They're in Africa. And if they find out that you've ever had a report like that or any of the other stuff that I end up sharing up here, they're going to come kill your ass. And you know that. You know that. Don't you? And you know for a fact that your neighbor, he catches you doing something, your life's over. But you just want to keep on. Y'all started calling me through Rose the swamp creature. Who's in the swamp? Not me. Y'all are swampy. You love it out in the swamp. Be careful of those crocodiles. Them crocodigators. Because you're going to get eat. Then Lionel says, what did you do to your brother? See, again, deflection. Which brother? Never done nothing to any brother. Except fight this one that's next to me in an older age and put his ass on the ground twice, wondering if I had just paralyzed him. But what did he do to me to get that? A lot. Not just mentally, but physically. And then I had to show him, hey, little brother. That's what I call him, little brother. Because he's the one after me, and he'll always be the little brother. Don't come at me, because as long as I'm able to fight, I will hurt you. And I will. And if I have to, he will die just like our daddy did. And that's a fact. Then Miss Peggy wants to come in here. Whether this is the real you or not, I don't care. Says Sippy is a stalker. She's stalking Lionel and using him for content. That ain't even worth addressing. I'm the real Peggy. Leave Dot alone. And she's got these little icons out there. You're showing yourself as nothing but a devil. Because your spirit ain't nothing but dark. I'll do what I want to do. It ain't none of your damn business. If you want to stop me, let's get your damn money you say you got. Find out who I am, where I live, and you file a report on me because I'm really looking for you. I just don't have the access that I had before. But I'm going to find out who you are, Peggy. And I want to know, would you even admit it if I said anything about Texas? Don't care. Don't matter. I'm going to find you. I'm going to find you. And I'm going to expose you to everybody that you go around and troll and tell bow-faced lies about. You slander them. It's nothing but libel, and it's pure defamation. And I'm going to get your ass. Do your little laughy faces down there. I don't give a shit. We'll see how you're laughing later. You tell me you're 64 years old and your family is this, and this. Bullshit. Because you, if that's true, you just destroyed your family's legacy by being on here. And I don't believe your name is Peggy. Sure don't. Pretty sure I got your name. And your family's name. But I won't say anything until I get absolute proof. And for you to say, Sippy's got a rap sheet a mile long in Texas, prove it. Prove your shit. You can't, because it don't exist. Nothing you have said about me exists. You remind me of this person named Jason White, but you're not Jason White, but you're just as bad. And I've got some questions about you, Peggy. I want my questions answered, and I'll get them answered. Watch and see. Sippy, you lunatic with your empty threats. I don't threaten. I'm warning you. Keep on. Don't take my warning. Just go ahead and drive off in the ditch. You better detour, and you better be detouring real quick. Peggy says, no way a schizo. Oh, so you're diagnosing me when you're the idiot, like Sippy was a sheriff or a nurse. Prove that. Prove that to me. Prove it to somebody. There's already been a picture posted of me in my nurse's uniform with two other nurses when I graduated. When it comes to law enforcement, all my stuff is packed up, but I'm going to have to also go to this one particular detective that's about 2 counties over from me, because I don't know the law on this part right here. Is it okay for me to show my identification as a law enforcement officer back in the day? Because if it is, I'm going to show it to you. As soon as I can get to it. Too sick right now to get out there in that damn shed and try to find something. But I don't owe you shit. But once I do, I'm just curious. Are you going to come back and say, I was wrong? I'm sorry. Please forgive me for this. I'm sorry for everything that I said. Because if you do that, Peggy, I might consider it, because I know you got a damn whacked up head. But I'll tell you what else you better do. You better change your ways. You're going to stop going around to everybody's channel and trolling them with your coward ass ways. Somebody that just puts up a channel, never shows your face, never goes up on a panel to anybody to hear your voice. You think that just because you do that, you can't be found? Well, you're wrong. Very wrong. You aligned yourself with Lionel and some other people that have reports. We'll get you in a domino effect if we don't get you no other way because you are aligned with them. And I've got shots after screenshot of everything that you've not only said about me, but others, so I can prove just how much of a troll you are and how many lies you tell, not just on me, but them. They might not do nothing about it, but I will. Peggy says, Sippy is a lunatic. Really? I think I'm Luna sensitive because I know my freaking insomnia sure has gotten bad, bad, bad. But I'm not a lunatic. You are the parasite, not me. Said hello to Lewis, and I thank you for the thumbs up. And sure have got a lot of people in here, but nobody wanting to give a thumbs up. What's up with that? I got some in here that did give a thumbs up, and I want to thank y'all for it. Peggy said, Sippy said 4 months ago that you were getting a report on me. You don't have shit. I got stuff. I got stuff on you, Peggy. But I don't want you to know too much of what I already know. Again, I'm going to ask you, does Texas mean anything to you? Louis, you always report me with a support me with your thumbs up, and I appreciate it. It's not really that I need the algorithm, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. Today is the first day I've really felt any kind of strength coming back to me. But I know I could have an episode again at any time. And I've got a specialist waiting on me to come Wednesday. But I want to get this out while I can. And it's going to stay up. Because I realized that I could have died the other night. And all this would still be floating around. Well, I don't know. Maybe Sippy did. Maybe. Well, this is my words. This is my testimony. Right here. And if I can show you about Lionel, don't doubt anything else that I've said. Because it's truth. I got other things that I could post on other people. But I'm not going to because those reports are in and I'm not supposed to say anything else about it. I'm done. But Lionel's final report is not in yet, and I can talk about it all I want to. I have a life, Peggy. Your life is nothing but sitting in front of a computer, down talking everybody with nothing but lies. You are a habitual liar. You say you're 64 years old, and you call me an old woman? Honey, you're 1 year older than me. You're ridiculous. You're not even really worth me talking to right now. But I'm going to. But after this, you won't get another word from me. You'll get it from law enforcement eventually. Put that on your calendar that I said it today. Hello, Warrior Nun. How you doing, honey? Mississippi, Grand Raising, ma'am. Feeding the animals and listening. Oh, okay. Well, you feed them animals now. They got to eat. Peggy said, Sippy, you're the one with the police record, not me, you crazy loon. I want to see it. Let everybody see it. You just talk shit in your capital letters. Prove it. You won't find no police record on me. You just like to say that. And again, all this is being recorded on top of where you went over to Jack's and said that. You said more over at Jack's. Wrong place to go. Was not the place to go. Sippy, you said you were going after Jack because he made an AI picture of you. How is that going? That is not why I was going after Jack. So you don't even know your ass from hologram. You just talk shit. Sippy is a broken record saying the same old shit. Take it ever how you want to, Peggy. You don't know me. You don't want to know me. But you're going to know me. You're going to know exactly who you've been talking about. Sippy, you see people who aren't there. Oh, really? Huh. You misscrew everything, don't you? Yeah, I think you do. Sippy, this is all Peggy talking till I call a different name. Sippy, you are the one who is demon possessed, not Dot. Well, one demon would say that about another demon, wouldn't he? That's my reply back to that. Sippy, get off the internet and go play some bingo. I do what I want to, and I hate bingo. You just said it's me. Well, we're going to verify that it's you. I did go look at the channel. You got 100 and something subs. Why would they be subbing to you when you have no content? Do you have a whole bunch of sock puppet accounts and you just sub to yourself? I don't doubt that a lot of these sock puppet accounts is actually you. I wouldn't put it past you. You don't have shit on anybody. Okay. Tell that to Lionel. Of course, he'll agree with you, but he knows better. Go eat some Wonder Bread with mayonnaise. I don't like mayonnaise and just bread. I know a lot of people that do, though. Sippy the Predator. Bam! Just starred that one. You better be able to prove I'm a predator. I'm sick of you threatening Dot. Ain't none of your damn business. I don't threaten. I warned her. And I'm warning you. I'm not threatening you. I'm warning you. Absolutely warning. A threat means it might happen. A damn warning means, bitch, it's gonna happen. You get a warning. I've said this many times. You get a warning driving, warning, bridge out, warning, bridge out. Then you better pay attention to that warning, because if you don't, you just keep on going. You're going off the road. It's not a threat. That's a warning. Well, you just need to consider me that bridge with that warning up there. Stop or don't. I need to get laid. You're a sick bitch. I don't go out here and just sleep with people. If I'm not in love, it's not even in my head. Maybe you're the whore. And with your attitude and your personality, I don't know why any man or a woman would want to even be around you. And if you do have money, that's probably the only reason. Sippy is a pathological liar. Keep deflecting. You're talking to yourself in a mirror. Sippy, you are a witch who hides behind Christianity. Number one, I'm not that type of witch that everybody just thinks a witch is. And number two, I'm not a Christian. I'm not into Christianity. I'm into the gospel. Big difference. Big difference. So there again, in your ignorance and stupidity, you know nothing about me. I can read the Bible, but I can discern the Bible. And I know that some of that just don't line up. It just does not line up. But by wisdom, by knowledge, and discernment that you can only have if you have the Spirit of God in you, I know what's what and what makes sense and what's worth addressing. Maybe you need to get down on your knees and ask whoever your God is, to show you yourself. But you don't care about yourself because you think you're perfect. You think everything's just fine. It ain't, Peggy. It's not fine. And you could drop dead in the next second. And if I'm right and you're wrong, what are you gonna do then? Either way, dead or alive, we reap what we sow. And you sow nothing but discord, lies, division. It's coming back on you, Peggy. It's coming back on you. Hey there, Queen Chippewa. How you doing? Give some ideas for some of these idiots. Maybe get a life. Okay, you told her. Okay. And the two times two, 42. You cloned a real agent. Very stupid. You just hadn't got marked for it yet because you're getting watched. Need to be careful about stuff like that. And if you're the same clone that cloned Brick Road Walker, you got two on you now. You people want to play in shit that you don't know nothing about, and you're doing it online. And what is online? It is cyber. Keep on playing because they don't care, and I don't care. We're grinning about it. Peggy says, you say the same shit about Lionel for how many years? Several. I'm warning people. I'm warning them. Do not tell that man anything about your children. Nothing. Be aware of him. Watch him for yourself. Pay attention to his words, especially if he's drinking. Genitalia says, Peggy, it will happen again too. It's called YouTube drama. Jen says, sweet Sippy, can you tell? Can a dump? Let's see, I can't see through these freaking glasses. Sweet Sippy can yell at dumb folks all she wants, Peggy. And I will too, and you know it. Fire me up. I just don't want to lose control of my emotions like I did when I got so mad at Dot, because I know when my energy's there and it comes out, it's going straight toward the target that I'm mad at. Energy's real. You can't destroy it. You cannot create it, but it will manifest itself. And I knew when it went out, I couldn't stop it. So, yes, I pray all the time, Lord, please have mercy and forgive me for what happened. I feel forgiven because it was not righteous anger. It was pissed off, Sippy, gonna slap your shiddly ass. And I was wrong in that. I'm sorry for that, but I can't control it. It's already out. Peggy don't want to trigger me like that. Nobody wants to trigger me like that. You don't play in a spirit world, especially if you don't have the armor and you have no protection because you don't have the armor. I do. There's no spell or voodoo shit. None of that stuff that anybody can do and think that it's going to affect me, because it don't. Not one bit. But your beliefs and all of that shit, you've already took it in like a sponge. You've already accepted it, whether it's happened or not. Trolling Peggy, go get some Wonder Bread. You must like Wonder Bread. Why you keep bringing it up? And some bacon grease. Now, I tell you what I'd do if I could, but I know I don't need to do it. I would go get me a nice ripe tomato. I would dice it. I'd get me a good biscuit, hot biscuit. I'd pour me a little bit of hot bacon grease on it, and I'd sop that thing up more, and I would eat the shit out of it. Maybe that's what you should try. That's a good Southern thing. Just don't eat too much of it because it'll run that cholesterol up in no time. Peggy says, Jen, you need to get a life. You need to be careful how you talk to Jen. You really do. So you think you can go over to Jack's and just type in all kinds of shit. But you don't really realize some of the people that are listening and watching you, you don't want them on your ass. Even when I was so mad at Jack, I kept trying to tell Lionel, don't tie yourself up with him. Don't tie yourself up with certain people over there. Because Lionel likes to say that he is the master troll. Lionel ain't nothing but a pissant when it comes to those people. You better bear that in mind too. Is anybody liking what you say? Is anybody replying back to you? Hint, hint, hint. Jen says, I'm having a smoothie and listening to Sippy yell. It's a good life here. I hope I get well, Queen Chippewa. I so I'm wanting to come to Florida so bad. There's two things I want to do. I want to come to Florida, to Panama City first, and spread some of Justin's ashes, as well as leave something there for my mother because that was our place. And if I come to Florida, I've got to see you, no doubt. And I got to go back to Washington State, and I want to go to Mount Rainier and put some of my son's ashes there, where we marked a memorial for my unborn angel babies. Um, my son went there and put the first angel up. The babies happened 4 years before I ever got pregnant with Justin. And then a few years later, I took my mom, and I was panicking because I could not find the tree. And it was so strange because my mother walked straight to it. And she put the second angel up. Now I got to go back, or I want to go back so bad. I'm praying for it. Let me go and put some of Justin's ashes there where his unborn brothers are marked. That that mountain means a whole lot to me. Whole lot. The only thing this sick says, Miss Peggy, is your brain, Sippy. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of people like you. It messes with my brain, messes with my mind, messes with my heart, messes with my spirit. It puts me in warrior mode. My spirit's awake 24/7, no matter how sick I get. And it's always in warrior mode. It's always in prayer, even in my sleep. And you are playing on dangerous ground because now you're over on my territory. I don't purposely set my foot into the devil's territory. But when the demons want to come at me, I'm always ready. And you're one of them. Jenna says, Night, Peggy. See you tomorrow after your nap. Peggy says, Sippy, you don't have any evidence. Oh, I don't. Well, we'll see about that. I got plenty. I got other people that send me shit that they are also copying and pasting that you say, that are also fed up with you. And some of these people, I'm going to put it out there for you. Y'all don't get mad at me that's listening to this, or you listen to it later, because she needs to know, just so it puts a little briar up her ass. Some of these people that you think are your friends, they're only there to gather more evidence. 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 Whatever you want to say it like you say ought to say it. I'm not the only one. They're sick of your shit. They can do sock puppets too. And talk to you in their real one. And you don't know the damn difference. She needs more than a nap. She needs to go get her brain checked. She needs to take this money she says she has. She needs to go to her local police department. She needs to tell them whatever it is she thinks she knows and get them on my ass. That's what she needs to do. But she can't because there's nothing to get. And as soon as she files that report and they end up getting in touch with me, I'm going to know exactly who she is, and she knows it. She ain't going to do nothing. But I'm begging her to. I tell everybody that. Go file a report on me. None of them do it. Because they have no evidence. They can't prove it. And as soon as you go to a cop and say so-and-so, they're going to ask you, well, I need you to prove it to me. I can't just do this. Stupid. You're stupid, Peggy, to keep on messing with somebody that you've not verified that I'm telling the truth. Sippy never sleeps. She's always tard filing those reports. It's none of your business what I'm doing, but I ain't sleeping here lately. I'm way behind on a sleep study. I have chronic insomnia. This last time, or the time before this, I went 4 days, 4 nights. This last time, I went 4 days, 4 nights. And it messes with my heart every time I do it. I have no control over that. They're trying to find out now what is going on. You got sleep apnea? Is it just anxiety? What is it? We're trying to find out. But I don't file reports anymore. I'm about to turn this one over to the people that are still working in it. And you're going to get turned over too. But I think I'm going to do that separate. Because so help me. If I get well enough, I'm coming for you myself. Myself. You've just done said too many things, too many times, and I'm sick of your shit. You don't even know me. I don't know you. And you want to start attacking me out of nowhere? Nope. You ain't going to keep on. Peggy, it's her life, says Jen. Let her live it how she wants. She's going to let me live it. Everybody's going to let me live my damn life, whether they like it, they don't like it, whether they hate it, whether they love it, whether they support me, whether they damn me. I don't give a shit. Sippy walks by her spirit, and Sippy will die by that spirit. Period. I don't care how much I like you. I don't care how much I love you. If I catch you abusing a vulnerable person, whether it be a child, an adult, or an elderly person, you abuse these people and you're stronger than them, I am your fucking bully. You want to be a bully? I'm the bully to the bully. Get up in my face with that shit. Let me see that shit. I will come for you. One way or another, I'm coming for you. I won't come the way I've been doing in the last few years. I'm too tired. But I know how to get you. I got connections. We're going to find you, Peggy. You think you're untouchable. Nobody is above the law. Not even a damn judge. Not a senator. Not even a president. You sure ain't special above them. Take your money, shove it up your ass. I've had money too, a lot of it. And I've been flat broke. I've had a house that's over 3,000 something square feet that was way too big for us, with 6 acres of land, and I've lived in little bitty houses, and I've even been homeless. But God gives me exactly what I need when I need it, and you're going to find yourself flat on the face. You may end up in a nursing home because you got sued for everything, and you had to give it up. So you better watch your ass. And you don't tell Jen to be quiet. Jen can say whatever she wants to over here. She's a mod. She's my friend. And you don't get to come over here and just say whatever you want to and then tell her to be quiet. You don't have that privilege. You don't even have that right. You don't know her. Later, you'll wish you had known a little something about her, though. Oh, she called you bitch. Jen don't usually do that, but you need to watch your mouth with her. Because you don't know who you're messing with there. I'm telling you. Sippy, pick up some Velveeta fake cheese. Are you a some type of food person? You got an eating disorder or something? Why is all your comebacks got something to do with food? You seem obsessed with food for some reason. Because if you do have an eating disorder, I mean, I'm not that mean. You can get in touch with me private. I'll try to help you with that. I had an eating disorder, and thank the Lord I was able to overcome it. It was bulimia, just in case you want to know. Sippy says, okay, Sippy. Hope you and Dobie have a fun day, and I'll see you around. Thank you, Jen, for coming in. I'm glad to see you. Might want to add another monkey to the block and make up a one that looks like Piggy that don't have all her mind. Hey, Cave Squeaker, how you doing? Well, that's a great thumbnail of Natty. Where did you find that picture? Daddy's picture ain't up on here. That's a meme that says many think I'm sarcastic, but when in fact I'm just telling the damn truth. I don't know where you thought that was Natty. And Jen says, Peggy, hope people talk to you more. Cave Squeaker, hey, how's it going? I feel better today. This is the first day I felt like I had any energy. And if I get up and move around too much, it'll all go away. So I'm sitting still. And I'm not allowing myself to get wound up or mad. Nothing like that. And I do have an appointment with a different specialist. And I'm supposed to go Wednesday. And I hope that I can make it to then. I don't want to call 911 here because I hate this freaking town. I hate this hospital. I can't stand the doctor there. He's one of them that I blew the whistle on. And he hates my guts. And I don't trust him not to mainline me with something and say, well, we lost her. I'll sit right here and die before I go to that damn hospital. And they're the only one where the ambulance service says, well, we can't take you where you want to go. We have to take you here first and then let the doctor say if he wants to send you there. That's bullshit. Every hospital's supposed to take you wherever you need to go. But this is one of the most crooked places you'll ever find. There's no saying goes around. If you want to get away with murder, just go to blank county. This place is crooked as it can be. We all know that cockfighting is illegal in all the states of the United States, but we got the cockfights going on here. FBI and everybody is aware of it. The freaking senator was coming here for the cockfights. Everybody knows it. Does anything get done? No. The Mississippi Bureau of Investigation for this district is best friends with the sheriff. So the sheriff never gets in trouble. But that's all about to come to an end, too. It's just a matter of time. Got to know who to call. There will be an internal investigation here. And they're going to know where it came from. And Peggy's in here talking to Cave. Get a life. You better leave Cave alone. Everybody knows. Don't mess with Cave. Not on my watch. So you already got something there from Jen. It says, don't be rude to Cave, Pigart. So you got that warning. I didn't even see it, but I just gave you a warning too. Do not mess with Cave Squeaker. There's certain people you don't mess with. Don't mess with him. You don't need to be messing with Jen. But I know that I ain't going to say too much there. Just don't mess with Jen. And whatever you do, don't mess with Cave. Don't be rude to Cave. She said that. And then Peggy comes back with, get yourself some Captain Crunch and a gallon of milk. Oh, I do have that, Peggy. I love Captain Crunch. I love it, but I don't eat it very often because it's not healthy. I always keep Raisin Bran. I keep that in stock because I know it's good for you. Maybe you should do that. Cave Square says, Peggy, be nice. This is a Sunday. See, he's nice back. He didn't come back on you. Cave don't do that. But he is somebody you don't want to mess with. I'm telling you, do not mess with Cave. You'll have more on you than you could ever imagine. Be careful. You're the one that decided to get tied in with a certain group. You better be careful. Cherry on top, says Jen. Mm-hmm. Sippy shopping list. Sunny D fake orange juice. I hate Sunny D. Wonder bread. Honey, I don't usually get Wonder. I like Sara Lee. Just so you know. Start saying Sara Lee. I like Sara Lee. Then at least you'll be telling the truth about something. And some cheap peanut butter. I like Jif. Judith says, Peggy, some folks eat fake food because it's cheap. Have a fucking hard. I think she's telling us what she eats. She's so obsessed with food. I'm a healthy eater. Very seldom do I eat anything that's not good for me, like the Captain Crunch. I give myself a treat once in a while. Jen says Peggy is one of them old ladies that judges homeless people at a food bank. I guarantee you she does. I bet you anything she does. Get yourself some cheap hot dogs and bologna meat. There she goes again with food. She's obsessed with it. I wonder if she's at the store right now with her little shopping cart going around figuring out what she's going to buy and she's just putting it on me. But you know what? I would be thankful to God for anything to eat if I was really, really hungry. Heck, I don't know of anything I wouldn't eat if I was starving, except another human. I'd eat shit that it turns my stomach to even think about it. But if you're hungry enough, you'll eat it. So, Peggy, do you really have the money you say you got, or are you having a hard time, honey? I don't like you. I can't stand you. I'm going to find out who you are. But if you really needed help, and I knew you needed help, I'd send you some money. I'd do something for you. So, are you talking in the mirror, trying to get a message across without asking for it? Let me know. 2 times 2 fake ass says you talk to yourself on comments. That's schizophrenic. I talk to myself on comments. That don't even make any sense. Don't know what the hell you're talking about. Jen says, okay, my smoothie is done, so going to get in the sun. You do that, and you have a great evening, Jen. I'm glad you got to come in. Love you to death. You know I do. And if I don't make it this year and I can live, hopefully I'll get there and we'll build up that fire and we'll have us a good time. I'm ready. I need a good time. Give that hubby a hello and hug them Ophies up for me. Cave says, I can't be the only one hearing voices. Don't act like you're too good to talk back to voices. You know what? I talk to myself all the time. I talk out loud. I'm not talking to myself. I talk out loud. Everybody said people do that are crazy. You know what I found out? They're not. Actually, they have very high IQs. And my boyfriend used to tell me, did you know that? Because I do. I sit around and I doodle a lot. He said, that's a sign that you got a problem. I said, no, it's not. He said, yes, it is. Well, I looked that up too. That's another sign of a high IQ. And I know I have a high IQ because I've already had to take 2 tests. And I score anywhere from 150 to 153. So I thought, well, they can just kiss my ass because I'm not going to stop. Even when I'm talking to Dobie in here, because it's just me and him, I talk to him like he's a person and he understands every single thing I'm saying. He may not understand every word, but he knows from my facial expression, my eyes, the tone of my voice, and he just goes along with it. And whatever I'm needing him to do, he does it. But he has certain commands that I use when other people are around because I don't want them to know what I'm needing him to pay attention to. And it's usually something where he's needing to watch that person or to stay next to me or certain things like that. But your fur babies are a lot more in tune with you than what you think they are, especially if you are a good match for them. And I've had him ever since he was born. I raised him myself. He knows me, I know him, and a lot of times we ain't got to say nothing. We just look at each other and we know what each other wants. But I do make him talk to me. I say, talk to me. If he goes to the door, I don't know if he's just wanting to look outside or want to go outside. And sometimes I'll make him tell me, have you got to go outside and pee? If he just looks at me, and I say, talk to me. And if he ain't wanting to go outside to pee, he just keeps looking at me. And I say, well, I'm not getting up till you tell me. Once he does that one bark, I know I got to go outside. And he goes outside. That's just the training between me and him. Cave Squeaker says, don't act like you're too good to talk back to the voices. Yeah. You always have a voice in your head, even if it's your own thoughts. Um, Jen says, can Peggy run out? Peggy, run. I can't. Why does my glasses keep doing this? My eyesight's getting so bad, y'all. I got to go to a specialist. I'm wondering if my medicine's making me go blind. Has Peggy run out of crazy pills? I don't know if she was ever put on anything for her personality, but maybe she needs to go get an assessment done. How many people have you successfully sued, Sippy? Uh, the biggest one I sued was when I blew the whistle. As far as individuals, 3, and won every one of them. I filed a civil suit for $500,000 against the police, and I dropped it only because it scared my son so bad. And that's all you need to know, because it ain't none of your business. But when I find you, you're going to be the 4th one. I was going to sue Rose, but between me and her, I said, no, I won't do that. Don't worry about it. But you're a different story. Especially if I find out you're telling the truth, that you got all this money, and you think because of your money and whatever family you're supposed to be in that you're untouchable. I'm going to prove to you you ain't. You ain't. I'm fixing to take that delusion right out of your brain. Sippy claims she's a public figure. My claims are all true. All across the Mid-South. I can prove that too if I can ever get out there in that shed. Do you deserve it? No. Not at all. Jen says, like up the stream, y'all. Yeah, I need it. Got people in here, got 4 likes, but been several of y'all coming in. I don't really care if you like it or not, as long as you're listening to what I'm saying. Peggy says, Sippy, I would rather listen to cats in the alley than to listen to you try to sing. Well, you know what you need to do? First of all, I don't sing now like I did back in the day. My voice got all messed up about 7 years ago when I bought a car, turned on the air, and something come flying out of that damn vent right down the back of my throat. I thought I was going to die. It ain't been the same since, and right now it is deeper than it's ever been. But I sing for fun now. Back then I had to be professional in everything I sung and sing that song just exactly the way it went and everything. And I promised Jack that when I did get out there, I would find a disc. I got several, and it'll show that it was all recorded at Sun Studio under Eddie Bond and what song I did. And I'm going to play a song so you can hear what I used to sound like. So hopefully I'll find it and I'll be able to record it right here and y'all can all hear it. But my voice ain't nothing like it used to be, and it never will be. But I also know that once I can get myself well, get my breath back the way it needs to be, and I start singing to break up these vocal cords again and get them retrained, I'll be able to sing songs that I was never able to sing. And I don't even know what you're doing over here, since you hate my voice so much overall. You're just over here to troll. And you're doing a good job of it, but you're giving me more evidence. Evidence! You're giving me more evidence. It's got funny to me. I think it's funny. Uh, Peggy says, Sippy, white bread, badass. What? Whatever. Sippy dances with the devil daily. Well, you stretching for something to say, ain't you? Because nothing you're saying makes any sense. Sippy all liquored up. Okay. I don't drink anything. I'm needing to drink beer right now. 2 beers would do me good because it empties out my bladder, everything. And I think it would help my kidney. But I can't drink even 2 beers. I've never had a urinary tract infection because I always knew the minute you feel that, force yourself to drink at least 2 beers and then start chasing with water. And bam, it's gone. Thankfully, I'm not getting urinary infection, shit, I can't even talk. Urinary tract infections. But even if I did, I couldn't drink the beer. My stomach will not tolerate it. Not now. I'm all messed up. I am taking Zofran anywhere from 3 to 4 times daily for nausea and vomiting. You're welcome for that information. And shut up about Dot. Shut up about Dot. Because the next time you bring her up, I'm just going to pass what you're saying. You're a broken record. It's none of your business. You stay in your lane. Let me stay in mine. I don't get between two people that's having an argument. That's their argument. This is none of your business. You yourself have said things about Dot, and I know it. I've got it. And you're just doing this right now to try to stir up something else. So there goes the zip on Dot. Don't say her name in here again, because if you do, I'm just going to bypass it. You're not triggering me one bit with anything you're saying in here except proving how stupid you are. I hope when this comes back up that this replay will come up because I didn't block it. I want everybody to see what you're saying, but I'm reading it. Everything you're saying. Cave Skeeker. Well, Sippy, it was nice stopping by. Just wanted to say hi. And I probably wrote this 2 hours ago. I know I'm always behind, but I had to play some stuff that Lionel was doing by the time you get this. And I hope you have a nice Sunday. Thank you, Cave. Love you to death, and I hope you do too. Peggy says, Cave, nobody likes you either. You shut up. You can say whatever you want to, but I'm telling you, leave Cave alone. You better leave Cave alone. You better watch what you're saying to Cave. Sippy always liquored up and filing reports. Okay, that's I'm gonna read what she says. That's Peggy. Peggy says, Sippy, you owe Dot the apology, you lunatic. I don't owe her shit. Warrior Nun says, facts, Mississippi, and she's laughing. She says, hello, chat. Those of you in here, if you started at the first, you know that I'm saying I will not read the chat until I play these things of Lionel Roy's clips, and I did. Those of you in here, like Peggy popped, can go back at the beginning when this ends, hear that stuff, and that's why I'm so behind on my chat, because I'm addressing everything now. So hang in. I'll get to whatever you said. Sippy punking air in private. Peggy, you're crazy. Peggy says, I'm not aligned with anyone. Yes, you are. You align yourself with anybody that you know is weak enough to believe your bullshit, and you use their platforms to say what you want to because you're a coward and you won't do your own. You're a coward. You got a fake name. You got a channel with an avatar only. You never panel up. You just write. You claim you're 64 years old and you act the way you do. I think that you got a personality disorder, that you're downright mean, and then it might be time for you to have an assessment by a doctor, a professional. That's what I think. Because you're definitely aligned. You just don't know what that word means. Peggy says, Texas doesn't mean anything to me. I've never been there, but you have charges out of Texas, don't you, Sippy? No, I do not. But you say I do. You do. So, since you ain't got the guts to post that proof, go give Martin to do it. Turn it over to him. Ask him to expose it. I would love to see it. Prove your shit or shut up. But you ain't going to be able to shut up, are you? No, because it's a made up lie. And you got to keep it going, just like you lie on everybody else. Just like you lie on everybody else. Laugh, 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 laugh with your little tears. You're going to shed tears, but it ain't going to be no laughing. I'm giving you the words up on it now. I looked up your record. You didn't look up my record. You've had 2 husbands. No, darling, I've had 3. Got that wrong. You've been arrested for drunk and disorderly. Never, ever been arrested for being drunk or disorderly. Let's see, my thing jumped on me. You're laughing your little laughs. Prove it, Peggy. Prove it. Never, ever. Warrior 9 says, Peggy, why did you block me? Peggy says, you were on Lionel's panel and you talked about seeing a man who wasn't there. Don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to refresh my memory about seeing a man who wasn't there. I don't know what you're talking about. But you bring it up, and if I said that, I'll address it, because I don't know how you're putting it. You twist shit. Warrior 9 says, you blocked me, Peggy? Peggy says, I have this one account. I don't have alt accounts. You got a bunch of Peggies that's going around. Yes, you do. And I think you know it. And you're okay with it. Because you're probably the fake Peggies as well to make it look that way. Warrior 9 says, she's asking again, did you block me, Peggy? Peggy says, Sippy, you're a classic narcissist abuser. You know, people love throwing that word around, a narcissist. Again, put that mirror up. Figure out what a narcissist is. There's an overt narcissist. There's covert narcissist. And it takes even a psychiatrist a while before they can even make that diagnosis. But here you are, a fruitcake, diagnosing, first I'm schizophrenic, whatever else you said, and now I'm a narcissist, and I'm an abuser. Thank you for saying all this in here, by the way, because you just burying yourself. And if you wouldn't looked me up and you think I've only had 2 husbands, that right there tells me you ain't looked up shit, much less found anything on me, which is impossible, that I got a rap sheet a mile long, that I was arrested for this and I was arrested for that. I've been arrested 2 times. That's how the $500,000 lawsuit got filed, because of the arrest and the police brutality that was brought upon me by a 25-year-old rookie nut. And the second arrest, by the time I left that courtroom, that time everybody's mouth was dropped open, including the judge and the prosecuting attorney. You don't know me, bitch, but you will. That's only 2 times. And they don't want to mess with me. I don't want to mess with them, because they know if I walk up in that courtroom one more time, they're going to see a different person walking in there than they've ever seen walk up in there before. I have had it with this bullshit. They hate me. I'm not a lawyer, but I am so informed of the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and my damn amendment rights, and most of them don't even know their amendment rights. So they can't trip me up. I trip them up. And each time, I always have me a civil rights attorney standing right beside me. But when I go to court for other people, I don't take no lawyer with me. I don't have to. She don't seem to want to say anything to you, Warrior Nun. You're asking her, why did she block you? She probably don't have an answer. I tell the truth, you don't. No, you don't. Because everything you just said in here is a lie. Every bit of it. Hello, Long Shark. I don't know who you are, but you're saying hello, so I'm saying hello back. Peggy says, you don't have special powers, Sippy. Sippy, the flesh has no power. But the spirit in me, played with it one time. It's not a it. It's the spirit that hosts this body. And that spirit comes from my Father God, the prime creator of everything. And you're playing in a field that you don't want to be in. You really don't. Dot says that she can feel when I'm praying for her. It don't feel good. It's because what I'm praying for her is good things. And it's uncomfortable. Because what's in her don't like it. It's saying, screaming, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. When I pray, I'm praying to her creator too, whether she believes in it or not. And when that spirit begins to touch her body, it don't feel good. Sippy, you are not anointed by God. See what happens to you since you said that. You're fixing to see some changes in your life. I'm not doing it. But you just judged God himself. And who might be his daughters and his sons walking the face of this earth right now. You made that judgment. Deal with it, because you're going to. That's one thing right there you should have left God out of. And I'm warning you now. I'm telling you because I know you're fixing to pay for that. And you'll know that you're paying for it, and you'll know exactly where it come from. And when it does, if you do like everybody else, most people, and stand up and say, I know she's a witch now. There's no way that could have happened. She's a witch. She cast a spell. You know what? If people gave God the credit they should, like they do to the devil, this whole world would be in a lot better place. It wouldn't have the power that it has. But every time you give the devil credit for what God's doing, you're sinking further. And that's exactly what you'll probably do, because you're going to know that something very supernatural is happening to you and around you. Watch and see. You're playing in a spiritual world that you've never really known, but you're going to know it. Warrior says, so you isolate Mississippi, Peggy. Who else did you hide, for the record? Jen says, Peggy, don't be damning yourself to hell. Worry about yourself. Warrior Nun is laughing at you. And Jen says, it was hot as F outside, so I'm back. It's hot here too. We got a bad storm yesterday though, and it cooled things off, but it took out my electricity, and it scared me to death, because if I get too hot, I absolutely cannot breathe. And finally, it came on about the time I thought, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I started to get into a panic, and I started praying, please, God, please bring electricity back. Not just for me, for all these people. And about the time I was fixing to get in my car and go out there and run the car just to breathe, it came back on. And ever since that ice storm, I get into this post traumatic stress every time the lights even blink. Uh, and I know winter's coming on. We're supposed to have another bad winter, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to do about that. I just don't want to stay here. I feel like I'm going to have to lock down my house and go find a room in somebody's house to rent or something like I did when I ran from my brother here. I just don't think I'll make it through the winter. But boy, this summer, I haven't been outside hardly at all. And I used to love to go out there at that man's house that I was renting a room from and sit on that front porch. But golly, in that city, being in city limits, it like to drove me insane. I can't stand cars going up and down the road, and just constant noise. Uh, I'm used to being in the woods. Now, back in the day, when I was active, doing things, being a nurse and all that stuff, and having to travel around to do motivational speaking and singing, I could do it, but I was younger. But since I got older, I can't stand it. I can't hee haw with it. Let's see. It was hot. Yeah, I'm sure it was. And then Jen says, Peggy, she owns you. Got enough to lock 'em up, Jack. Yeah, I do. But out of mercy and grace, I backed up after I prayed about it. But if I'd have turned that over, everything that I've got, it would have destroyed many things. And I got such a soft place in my heart for Jack. Not just Jack, punk rock too, I'll admit it. I see the good, especially when it comes to Natty and what they were trying to do. But there was other things. I'll never agree with him on the CPS stuff, not ever. But other things, I weigh things out. And I also knew that if I did that, it was going to bring other people into it that had that shouldn't be brought into it, because it is a domino effect. If you turn in a certain person and they get to looking into things, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to look at all your social media. And if they spot somebody in there that seems suspicious to them, or they've ever had a report before, they're going to hold back. They may watch you for a year, 2 years. Some, it depends. If it's like, say, human trafficking or something, oh, they'll hold back. They'll intervene and rescue whoever's being trafficked, but they'll keep it quiet. But the person won't know. And they'll keep watching that person until they can find out who they're affiliated with. And then, bam, there goes the domino effect. They got that one, and it goes. That's how they made this big bust in Florida not too long ago. One of the biggest busts that they've done in forever. And everybody thought it was just Florida, but it wasn't. Tennessee was working with Florida as well. They not only busted pedophiles, but then later on, bam, it hit again. And they busted a big bust of meth mixed with fentanyl and other drugs. So that came out. And again, Tennessee was working with them. I know a lot about that stuff, but I don't talk about it because that's not anything I ever wanted to be involved with. I don't get into the real dangerous stuff. I am mainly what I got into this for is when I became a whistleblower in nursing. I surrendered my license on that second one, and it blew their mind. It's no, no, no. I shut up, and this is all on record. Shut up. I don't have to say in all due respect to y'all anymore, because I have no respect for y'all. I can do more without these licenses than what I'm doing with them, and I have done a whole lot more without them licenses than I ever did with them. And that's when I got involved on watching for things just like that, where people are stealing Medicare. And then all of a sudden, I come up on Lionel and I see what he's doing. And when I went into investigation on that, I start seeing other people. I think, oh, golly, I can't see this and not say something about it. And then what does Lionel do later? Well, the way he did this later is there was this girl. She was screaming and yelling at her dogs so bad. It pissed me off, and man, I went off on her and never seen her in my life. Then I get a message from somebody that's at her chat, her live chat, explaining to me that she was autistic. And I considered it. So I did a little more research on her, and sure enough, she was. So I took her under my wing. And that's when I found out that she had a lot of trolls on her, and that's why she was acting the way she was in a lot of things. And some of these trolls would purposely rile her up because they knew that the way she stemmed, like some people will do their head into the wall or pull their hair or hit themselves. When she would get upset, she'd start pulling her hair, start ripping her clothes off, and they knew she would, and they would clip it and then put it on a porn site. So, yeah, I started tracking it. And that led me to Natty. And I found out some of them same people that was doing her that way was over there. And this takes a long time to do. I'm not going to tell you everything that happened because I don't give away everything. That would be stupid. But she is no longer on YouTube anymore. And it's good. It turned out the way it had to, even though it didn't turn out the way that I had hoped it would, or the other people that I was working with hoped it would. But at least we know now she's safe. There were some others that it was happening to as well. And I'm just going to say it like it is. Due to the family, one of them, being rich, having a son of age that was also abusing this other son that's very autistic. They didn't want anything done. I could have pushed it, but I didn't because I knew when the police showed up where she's from, this man and woman, the parents, they probably get a lot of money from that family. And I know how police are, any organization. They're not going to mess with a rich family because they're probably getting support from them, number one. Number two, I knew that if they came there and nothing was done to protect him, he'd probably get it worse because they are very much aware that that son that is of age is not only verbally abusing him, but physically abusing him. So I had to back up. And that eats at my gut every day. Then there's another one. He done went to a crisis center several times for trying to kill himself because of trolls. Him autistic. So you damn right. I'm an advocate. I try to help weak people. I try to do all things I can do. I try to teach parents. Here's what you need to look for. I don't care if your child is 18 or 21. If they are autistic, you can still do something about it. Some listen, some don't. But if I can save just one kid, it's worth my nightmares. It's worth me not getting any sleep. It's worth me doing research. It's worth everything that I do. And you people that's got a problem with that tells me that you're probably a damn predator yourself. And I ain't got no problem coming after your ass if I'm able. Right now, I'm too sick and I don't want back in that shit. But I know people. I know how to give your information that I have over to them. And when you're dealing with them, you're either dealing with ex-law enforcement, retired military, and others that have been trained, and some that are still working in that field. So you want to play here on these social media sites? Because it ain't here just at YouTube. It's at Facebook. It's everywhere. You want to keep playing? You're going to meet your match. And they're really cracking down on it now. A lot more than they was when I started on here having to expose Lionel. I know people hate Trump. But one thing about me, I have never been a political person. I've never said, well, I'm Republican or I'm Democrat or I'm in the middle. Politics is poly, meaning many ticks. What's a tick? A parasite. Just like I say religion, I'm not religious. Religion, you break it down, is ra, lie, jinns, demons to brainwash you and keep you all screwed up in your head. I ain't about politics and religion. I voted one time in my life. I was 18 years old, didn't even know what I was doing. I just thought, oh, I'm 18, I can vote now. Voted for Ford. Didn't know a thing in the world about him. But that's who I voted for. But you know what? When he got president and it come time to vote again, I knew, don't you ever vote again. Something about that ain't right. I felt weird after I voted. It's like something ain't right here. What if I voted for the wrong person? What if they destroy America? What if? And I have never, ever voted again. Not for a president, not for a sheriff, not for a chief of police. I don't vote. Period. I get backlash from that. You have a duty to vote. You know what I say? I have a right not to. You want to vote? Have at it. That's your right. Go vote. But I'm not voting. I'm not part of this world, this system, these elites. I walk a path that God put my feet up on. I do what God tells me to do. And what I can do, you not necessarily can. What I cannot do don't mean that you can't do it. Just because God told me, no, Donna, you can't do that. I have a personal relationship with God. You should have a personal relationship with God. You don't judge other people based upon yourself. You do what you're supposed to do. You give the freedom to other people because we all have the divine right to our own path on this earth, to our own life. It's on you. Nobody's going to be able to answer for you except for yourself. You. You are responsible for you. Nobody else is. And you're not responsible for anybody else. They are. All I can do is tell you, warn you, speak the truth. I don't damn lie. When I'm telling you something, I'm telling it for your good. And just because you hate the truth doesn't mean it's not true. But I expect to be hated. Jesus was condemned over and over and over by these religious people. Thought they knew everything. But every time they slapped him across the face with some bullshit, he turned the other cheek and slapped them right back, and they had to shut up because they didn't know what to say. They didn't have nothing they could come back with. They'd go try to rig up something else, then something else, then something else. And every time, bam, 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 bam. That even Pilate himself really didn't want to put Jesus to death, but because he's a king there, you know, he don't want to start a war up between the people, so he lets the people pick. What's it tell you about people? That the majority are evil, wicked, brainwashed with religions, jinns. Do you know what jinns are? Call them devils, whatever you want to. Demons, I don't care what you call them, but they're wicked. That's what this whole world is about. And yes, Lionel, it does too say that the devil has been cast down to you and that God hates the world because the world is a system and the God of that world is the one he cast down. but his time is short. And those with eyes to see and ears to hear, they know the difference. And they can't be a part of it. It's impossible if they host the Holy Spirit in them. And some of us are called as warriors. We were born as warriors. We will die as warriors. We were pre-known, predestinated, and you don't mess with us. You go read Romans chapter 8, 28 through 31. That right there is enough. But there's a lot more in there. It talks about us. And it also talks about you better be careful how you treat people. Because many, a whole bunch of y'all, all of us, many have entertained angels unaware. You don't ever know who you talking to. You just see a flesh, bone, and blood body. But you don't know who you're talking to. So, Peggy, you that's so obsessed with the food, cheap food, you don't know that that poor person, that homeless person, the one that don't have much money is not an angel testing you. You might just reap what you sow and lose everything you've got. And as an older person, be sitting on that street before you realize it. Because it ain't just young people. It ain't just mothers with babies. There are elderly people stuck out there in this heat, in the cold. And we're hollering, America's great. Fuck that shit. It's not. We don't have the America that we used to have. It's all nothing but psyop bullshit now. And you're nothing but a little minion. Okay, let's see here. Okay, she says Sippy walks with the devil. Jen says, Peggy, you act like a devil. She does. I hate saying people are possessed, but possession's real. And the closer we get on this timeline, you can see what's happening with the earth. It's doing exactly what God said it would. It would begin to shake. It shook one time right before World War One. Bam! It started shaking. World War One. It shook the second time with World War Two. God's fixing to take this planet into both hands. There was one hand for World War One, one hand for World War Two. But now he's fixing to take this earth and into two hands. And he's going to shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. It's coming. It's already rumbling. We got earthquakes over here. Volcanoes erupting over there. You got a tsunami over here. You got that over there. And I'm telling you, it is all about to go bop, 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 one thing right after another. And people are going to run. They're going to want to hide. They're going to panic. They don't know what to do. People are going to die. They ain't going to be this, that. That's just the beginning. And all them that are laughing at people like me, that's trying to tell you, and you think it's a joke, I promise you, you will not forget my voice. You will not forget every time you came at me. You will not forget another person's voice that tried to tell you these things in love. Then they got firm with you, and then they yelled at you, trying to get you to hear. When you face these things and you turn around looking for somebody that can help you to understand deeper, because our mouths will be shut if we're even still here. And everything you mocked will be brought upon you so hard you'll just want to die, but you won't be able to. You will pay. Jesus came here as a lamb, but this time when he comes, he's coming in a lion. Are you ready for a lion? She's more than a snob, shaming folks that ain't got money. Low life piggy. Oh, she brags all the time about how she's got so much money and her family is this, and this, and they give money away, and that nobody in her family's ever done anything wrong. They've never done nothing. Bullshit. Nobody is without a stain upon them, including me. I mess up every day, and I know that I'm messing up. I just want to be the best I can be for every day. And I know by the time I finish that day, I was not my best self. And I recognize it and I call myself on it. I've already said the F word in here and I don't mean to. And I don't know what it is, but here lately that F word is coming out ever since Dot pissed me off as bad as she did. And I've got to get some type of cleansing. And I know how to do it. I know how to ground myself. I've just been too sick to do it. Because I take it seriously. There's a thing that I do. And once I'm grounded again, I get a whole different perspective on things. But I already know, Peggy, from what you said a while ago about God, just like I told Dot, don't do that. Told a bunch of people, don't do that. And sometimes I've been capable of telling people exactly what's fixing to happen to them. And that's one thing that scares the shit out of Lionel. That's why he thinks I'm a witch. That's why Terry Joyce thinks I'm a witch. And if Rose really knew whatever I said to Lionel and then it happened right to her, she would be swearing up and down that I'm a witch. Because sometimes I see it clearly what's fixing to happen. Sometimes I don't. I'm seeing something in my head I think's going to happen to you, but I'm not going to say it. But I'm telling you, you're going to be thrown flat on your face. I'll just say that. Many ways for that to happen. Shaming folks. That's one thing you don't do. Because how do you know either that those folks you're shaming are not angels in disguise? How do you know those people that you're shaming are not sons and daughters of the Lord under His protection? You say, well, why would God let that ever happen to them? There's reasons. Proverbs tells us plainly, and He's talking to His people. Your understanding is not yet complete. Your understanding is not as my understanding. All you need to do is walk the path that I put your feet upon. Trust me. And if you fall down, your angels, see, we have angels, will come and lift you back up and give you strength of an eagle to fly. Don't give up. There was a reason that God let me become from way up here with money that I was steady handing out to people to sinking all the way down to the bottom of being homeless. And then showing me how He could build me back up again. It built my faith. It put me in a ditch, almost of panic. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? But deep down inside me, there was a peace that only God can give because I knew way down deep that God would take care of me. He's always given me just enough. And that's all I need is just enough. And I've always prayed, please, Lord, give me enough where I can feed not only me, but at least one more other person. And He always has, Peggy. He's done it all my life. And He always will. She does need a mirror because everything she says, she's talking to herself and deflecting it onto somebody else. But really, it's just a reflection back at herself. There she goes again. Classic narcissist. You talking to yourself, Peggy. I don't care about poor people. There you go. You finally told the truth. For one time, y'all, I want to give her a hand. Standing ovation if I felt like standing up. I don't care. Oh, I did my thing. It tells me where my phone is when I clapped. I don't care about poor people. There it is, y'all. She admits it. I don't care about poor people. That explains you. You have no sympathy, you have no empathy, and you're like the rich man. It's easier to get through eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into the heavens. You're self centered. What God gives, He can take away. Remember that. Poor people are poor because they choose to be poor. You are an idiot. Absolute idiot. If you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, you're an idiot. I hate to say idiot, but you are. You have no understanding of any knowledge. You're just ignorant because you choose to be ignorant. You're mean because you're a spoiled little brat and always have been. But you're in for a rude awakening. Warrior Nun says, many are called, wide is the road, Mississippi. That's it. And many are called, but few are chosen. Very few. And it's like a seed. Some seeds are planted, they come up, but they give up, and that's it. They don't multiply, they just wither out. Which one are you? Or did you never come up? Because you're a seed too, Peggy. Amen, Warrior Nun. The Lord's Prayer, give enough for this day. That's it. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. On earth, not in the world. On earth. Look at what's happening in the world when it comes to the elite. When it comes to, well, you got to have this, or you can't get your food. You got to have this, and this, or you can't get your disability. You can't get your check even. You can't have a bank account. You can't do that, this, and this. That's all worldly things. But those of us that know the difference in the world and the earth and why it was created and who it was created for, and we put our faith in the Lord and hear His voice, we know. We came out of the church, quote, a long time ago. We know that the building with the steeple on top ain't the answer. That's where you get all wrapped up. Just like He said at the well to the woman, where I go, tell me, do I go to the synagogues or do I go to the temples? And He said it plain. The day is coming when mine will not worship me at any of them. They will hear my voice and they will come out of there and they will worship me how? In spirit and in truth. It's called the wilderness. Doesn't mean you're going out into the wilderness of the woods. You're coming out into the wilderness that most people don't understand because you're still stuck in the world. The false documentation of religion. And just because it says Christ in it, they did that as a trick to say Christianity. Where did Christianity come from? Where did it start when it comes to Christianity? Go look up the Nicene Council. What they mixed with. And what is the big thing, the biggest thing when it comes to the gold? All the gold in this great big place. Are you catching on yet? Who is the mother to the other denominations, whether they be Baptist, Pentecostal, whatever? Who's the mother church to these daughters? These daughter churches. The Catholic, Then you got all these others under them, and they don't even know they're under them. No excuse not to know. To seek for yourself, search and you'll find. Those little red flags you got up there, you need to heed your red flags. That's a warning flag. There's a yellow flag. There's a red flag. When you say a red flag and it's out there by the ocean, it means you better not get in this ocean because something's been spotted. Don't be a dumbass. You wave that red flag all the time. Well, honey, trust me, you're not a red flag. You're not shit. Warrior Nun says Jesus was born in a stable, though very rich. Yep. He was brought gold, frankincense, myrrh. The wise men. They knew. They knew what to look for. They knew the timing. Even Herod knew, scared to death. That's why he wanted all the firstborn sons to be killed. Warrior says there's no overweight animals. The Creator provides even for the tiniest of his animals, who was created lower than humans, yet some act as the beasts of the field. Amen. Be careful. Wild. That's right. And I put that argument up too for everybody that says that marijuana needs to be banned and all this stuff. Marijuana is a herb, and it grows on its own. It tells us in the very first book of this Bible, in Genesis 1:29 is the first place it says it. God says, I have given unto you of every green herb, and it is green, bearing seed, and that does bear seed, as a gift for meat. Meat doesn't just mean meat that's cut off an animal. It's something that's going to help you. Then you go on later on and it brings it up again, only it includes trees bearing fruit with every seed, with a seed. And then it says too, not just for you, but to all the beasts of the field. No man, no government has ever had the right. See, there you go with that world again. And man, who is in the world, operating it through the power of the God of the world, which is the devil, ever had the right to take from us the gift that was given to all mankind and the beast of the field from the get-go. But that's their control method. They took away all the rights that was given to the Native Americans here in this country. They holler separation of church and state. But there's not a separation. Not really. Because in the end, they all come together hand in hand. And it's always going to be about that dollar bill. Greed. There's nothing wrong with money. Nothing wrong with having money. But the love of money, that is what's wrong. And it's the root to all evil when you love money. When you'll take money over truth, money over integrity, money over honor, money for anything, when you know that that's overriding something that should be corrected. And all your conscious thing is all about money, 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 money. You've made money your God. God's jealous. He says, I'm a jealous God. I will not share myself with anything to do with the world. You don't hear him talking about other planets that he already set in place or any other celestial place. He's talking to us humans on this earth. But Peggy just loves to talk about aliens and UFOs and all this stuff that she has no proof of, but yet she's got proof right in front of her face that we have humans here and we're different. Very different. And especially when it comes to Rh negative blood, I don't think she knows a damn thing, because there's only 15% of the whole wide world freaking globe that has Rh negative blood type. And scientists still can't explain it. Well, you know what I say? Don't mess with a Rh negative blood type person, because we are not like y'all. Some of us are awake and aware very much to who we are. We know. But many of us are not awake, don't even know that they're Rh negative, don't know why they have dreams and do the things that they do. And then some are aware and they use their gifts for their own self. That's a no-no. But those of us that are awake and aware and we understand, we try our best to be careful, because it can get out of hand. So Peggy, I'm letting you know right now, you're dealing with an Rh negative, the rarest there is in this category. I'm AB negative. There's only 0.6% of my blood type on this globe. And we are unlike any of the other three. You got the O, the A, the B, and the AB. And mine is only about 25 to 2,500 to 3,000 years old. You might want to chew on that. A Nephilim king became that beast. Yep. Thank you. Sure did. Lost his damn mind and went out and lived like the beast until he came to his mind. But God only lifted that from him and let him come to his right mind after a certain length of time. And a lot of that was due to mockery, Peggy. I'm telling you, you got something fixing to come upon you. You may end up losing your mind for a little while, long enough to let you know you lost your freaking mind, and you will be so happy when God has mercy upon you and gives you your right mind back and another chance before you draw your last breath on this earth. You came from the prime creator. He is your creator. I don't care what God you think is your creator, but there's only one prime, and that's where you come from. He's trying to deal with you now, but you're stubborn. Your ears are locked. Your ego is way too high. You don't want to surrender. But I tell you one thing he will not continue to allow you and other people to do is to keep coming against his anointed. And I know I'm anointed. I've been slipping up ever since I had to get into this pigsty 5 years ago. I used to never say a cuss word. My tongue was tamed. And ain't but one person that can tame it. And I say a person because the Father God became the Son in the flesh, which is Jesus. But he was still the Father and the Son, as well as the Holy Spirit that is now living in us. I'm just telling you, Peggy. May God's grace and mercy be upon you, because you are absolutely going to know that what I'm telling you here today is the truth. And I hope that when you see it, you know it, you're not stupid enough to get back on here and give some dark entity credit that it was done with black magic of some type. God don't use magic. Because if you do, you're going to get thrown back down again. And He puts you here, and He can take you out of here. We are in a spiritual battle. People ain't seeing it yet, but it will manifest upon this earth. I've been in this battle for I don't know how many years. I guess all my life. I just didn't realize I was in it. I was being in boot camp, being trained for all of this through my trauma. But I see clearly. If I was you, when you get off here, I would go outside or somewhere and I would look at nature and try to ask yourself, really and truly, how did all this happen? How could it be so perfect? Darwin's theory has already been busted. Go study something about Rh negative blood types. Why Rose might act the way that she does, because she's not balanced and she's an Rh negative person. We are not, I don't think, the same species as other humans. Just like you got the Neanderthals and the other ones. And if people really want to take a look at that Bible and they consider for a minute that Eden was created for Adam and Eve, nobody else was in that garden. Nobody else could come into that garden. But where was Nod? That's where Cain went to once he was cast out, and he was scared to death. Why? They will kill me, he said to the Lord. And what did the Lord say back? No, I am going to mark you, so all will know you. And anyone that touches you, their generation and 7 after them will pay for what they do if they do that. So that tells me plainly 2 different creations. And more than likely, Cain absolutely was not going to look like anybody else that had ever been created. Has nothing to do with race. It's got to do with light. More than likely, he resembled more of a light being, a person, human. And it probably would have scared the shit out of him. People don't consider. They don't read. They don't study. And then the more discernment God gives you as you're reading through there, he starts pointing out to you, wait a minute, did you notice that this right here don't match that over there? Well, then you got to just bite your tongue and think, you know what, it don't. That's when God starts showing you how much things have changed. And then you start studying outside of it and you start learning the history of it. And you realize you can't read this. You cannot understand everything unless you have discernment. And then you start praying for that gift of discernment. But you can't be like you, Peggy, and think you know everything when you don't know nothing. Warrior Nun is a peasant. You know what you remind me of, Peggy, as you talk like this in here? Because I've never let you come in here and really talk. You say you're 64, but the way you talk is you sound like a very young troll that just says whatever thinking you're going to trigger somebody. When actually nothing you're saying is triggering, it makes you look stupid. Honestly. And it's an embarrassment, even to me, if you really are 64 years old and a female. You're just as sick as a vulgar talker that shares all their private information that should be private about a boyfriend or a husband, and their mind is on nothing but that kind of bullshit. That's something an immature person does. And the things that you're saying right here, uh, it's just something that you'd grab out of the air to say, hoping it's going to trigger somebody. You don't have too much sense at all. And you know what? I'd rather be homeless on the street, wondering where my next Wonder Bread cheap peanut butter sandwich is going to come from, than to be you. And if you was a family member of mine, and I knew you were acting the way you're acting, and especially us being right at the same age, I'd slap the shit out of you. I mean, I'd slap you physically. Because most likely you would either be a cousin, something like that. If it's around the same age, yeah, I'd slap the shit out of you. And I'd tell you, you better hope they don't find who you are and that I'm part of your family because you keep talking about the family. Because I won't slap you next time. I'd make sure the whole family knew what you was doing, since they're supposed to be these high and mighty people. I don't think they'd appreciate it a bit what you do online, especially once you're exposed your real name and who your family is. Warrior says Ephesians 6:5. Could we read together? If I can pull it up here and not lose my. Let me see if I can get it on my phone. Um, I sure can. I'm telling y'all, I absolutely do, though. I hate this computer. I mean, my phone. I need the script. Now what? I need the scripture for Ephesians 6:5. I'll get 6 to in a minute. Uh, Let me ask it in a different way because I don't want this New International Version. Could you please give me the King James Version of Ephesians 6:5 and 6? Okay. All right. Oh, this writing's so small. Why don't you just take me to that instead of telling me what all it means? All right. 6:5 and 6. Servants, be obedient to them that are your masters, occurring according to the flesh, with fear and trembling in singleness of your heart, as unto Christ, not with eye service as man pleasers, but as the servant of Christ, doing the will of God from the heart. Is that the one you're talking about, warrior? Peggy says, I'm the real Peggy. You're talking to a clone. I'm talking to any Peggy that comes up in here. I don't even know what you're talking about saying, I'm the real Peggy. You're talking to a clone. Did I read the right scripture that you wanted me to read, warrior? I'm going to read it again. Servants, be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in singleness of your heart, as unto Christ, not with eye service and men pleasures, but as the servants of Christ, doing the will of God from the heart. 7, and I'm going down, with good doing, or do good will doing service, as to the Lord, and not to men, knowing that whatsoever good thing any man does, the same shall he receive of the Lord, whether he be bond or free. And you masters, do the same thing unto them, forbearing, threatening, knowing that your master is also in heaven, neither is there respect of persons with him. That means nobody is a respecter of persons. God treats us all equal. So you're responsible for yourself. So when you're purposely mean to somebody, that's on you. And he's warning you right here. Don't do it. Be careful how you treat each other. Because when you do it to them, same thing as doing it to Christ. Because you don't know Christ is hosting them. They're not Christ. But Christ in them is the one you're attacking. And that was verse 9, that last one. Going on down, it says, finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil, or wiles. For we wrestle, listen, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. It ain't your flesh and blood. I'm going into the spirit in you, girl. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand the evil day, and having done all, to stand. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with the truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness. You don't have that, Peggy. And your feet shod with preparation of the gospel of peace, not the religion of peace, the gospel. Above all, taking the shield of faith, whereas you shall be able to quench the fiery darts of the wicked. And let the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is what? The Word of God. Praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, and watching thereunto with all preference and supplication for all saints, and for me, that utterance may be given unto me, that I may open my mouth boldly. I do. I don't care if you like it or not. To make known the mystery of the what? Gospel, not the religion. For which I am an ambassador in bonds, that therein I may speak boldly. And I ought to speak, as I ought to speak. But that ye also may know my affairs, and how I do. I can't pronounce this name, but a beloved brother and faithful minister to the Lord shall make known to you all things. He uses people to speak, y'all. Whom I have sent unto you for the same purpose, that ye may know our affairs, that he might comfort your hearts. Peace be to the brethren, and love with faith, from God the Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. Grace be with all them that love our Lord Jesus Christ in sincerity. Amen. Now I want to read to you Romans 8:28 through, you should read it all, but I want to get this one to you because y'all need to get your Bibles down and just go read all of Romans 8. But I want to read this one particular part, and y'all need to pay attention. All right. Oops. I really want to stress the first one, the first verse. And we know, it ain't saying we think or we wonder. It's very clear. We know that all things, everything, good, bad, everything, we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who were called according to whose purpose? His, not yours, not anybody else's, his purpose. Pay attention here. For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren. Moreover, whom he did predestinate, this ain't talking to everybody. Them he also called, and whom he called, them he also justified, and whom he justified, them he also glorified. Verse 31. What shall we then say to these things? If God be for us, who can be against us? You can't make war with Christ, and you cannot make war with these that were predestined, sent here for a particular purpose, and walk in that line. This is not a game. It ain't a fantasy story. It's not something people just drag up. There are many truths in this Bible, but there are many things that are put in there specifically to trap you up. John the Baptist, who was the cousin of Jesus, before Mary got pregnant, her sister Elizabeth got pregnant with John the Baptist. And when Mary come to tell her sister that she was pregnant and what was going on, the Holy Spirit already touched John the Baptist in the womb, and he leapt in her womb. He was foreknown, predestined, justified. He just won. It didn't stop there. It also tells us later on in the Bible that in the end days, your sons and your daughters will both have dreams and prophesy. You're getting a lot of prophecies right now. Prophecies that were said way back in the time. They're just being said to you in a different way, so that nobody can say, well, I didn't understand. It's been put right in your face now. And you can't deny it, because every time you turn on the TV, you see it. Every time you get online, you see it. You hear it in news reports. You've got revelation marching right out of your screen into your living room. But you still ain't paying attention. Instead of asking, what can I do to find out more and to research this stuff, you had rather come at people like me that don't mind telling you unpopular truths. Because I'm not looking for anybody to like me, to love me, hate me, because it doesn't matter about me. I'm trying to help you. Your body's one thing. Your blood's one thing. But your soul You're living soul right now only because of God's breath breathed into you. And when that breath comes away from you, that is part of your spirit, and it's going right back to the place it come from. And you're going to remember everything that you can't know right now. And you're going to stand in front of that creator, and you're going to remember everything you said and everything you did here right now, today, Peggy, and all the rest of the nanoseconds of your life. And you're not going to have an excuse, and you're going to feel it all of what you cost other people. And you may holler, oh, but I believed in you. I did this, I did that, blah, blah, blah. I gave away money. My whole family used to just give money away all the time. And he's going to look at you and say, get away from me. I don't know you. And you never knew me. What goes on from there? I don't know. I'm of the mindset that you just perish, meaning you go away forever. There's nothing. Because I don't hee haw with that hellfire and brimstone stuff. I did some study on that too. Hell is a Greek word, and it means grave. We all go to hell. We all go to the grave. But are we dead? The body is. But due to Jesus, death has been conquered. Your spirit don't die. We're just in this body for a little while. It's just a car to get things done. And you're driving your car in a very reckless way. And you think you're hurting everybody else. And you do. But you're not hurting anybody like you're hurting yourself. I have a life. And I've tried to live it the best way that I can. I sure don't go around like you do. I've got regrets in my life. And for the longest time, I couldn't forgive myself for certain things that I've allowed myself to do. But I'm not perfect. And I used to tell myself, oh, there's no way I'd ever do that. Well, God showed me, yeah, you will. Don't you get all prideful and think you're too good that you used to, because I fell right into it. And I'm paying the price still to this day. But I realized what it was is I must have thought I was above certain things. Pride goes before the fall. Don't ever get your ego get so big that you think that you no, I wouldn't never do nothing like that. You might. I never thought I could lose my temper and go into a blind rage. I knew what blind rage was. I've studied it. But have I ever went into blind rage? No, but one day I did. And I come real close to it with Dot when I went off. That's why I know I felt it come out of me and I knew it was going straight to her. That's just energy. First time I went into blind rage, I was looking for my freaking gun and got called back. I heard my brother's name and it brought me out of it. Don't mess with mama bears that are grieving. And don't keep pushing my button and pushing my button and pushing my button and pushing my button and pushing my button when I've already called on to you that you're manipulative, that you lie, you'll do anything for attention. After scaring me to death, not one time, not two times, but 3 freaking times, thinking you have fixing to go take your life, or maybe you just did. And then you want to keep coming at me and coming at me and coming at me. Oh no, wrong thing to do. And that's exactly what she did. Doxing my name, not just in writing, not just with her mouth, but in other ways too. And just keep on and on and on and on and on. Man, don't keep messing with me. Because my personality growing up was I'd fight a damn gorilla. I'm the firstborn. I'm the second mama. I got 3 brothers, 1 sister, and grew up all my life fighting with those brothers as well as other boys that would come and gang up on her brother. I'd get right in the middle and fight their ass too. Didn't give a shit. How many fights have you been in, Peggy, with that smart ass mouth you got? Anybody ever just walked up and just doubled up that fist, man, and pop, one good pop and broke that nose for you? Ever tied up with somebody, and I mean y'all are going at it, and there's blood everywhere. And it wasn't about saying I won. It's about knowing that even if they whooped your ass and you knew you was going to be sore the next day, that it really wasn't no difference if you whooped theirs, because either way, you both fixing to be sore as hell. Are you just one of them that like to hang with a little mean girls group and think you can get by with shit because you with this little group? Well, you know, I had a little group like that one time too when I was in 10th grade. I already knew she was talking about me. I just didn't care. But one day she caught me at the wrong time when we're changing out classes, going through the hallway where all the Coke machines and snack machines are, and she thought she could come pressing her little cheerleader ass up through there, and she just muttered, "Bitch." Before I even knew what I did, I'd done reached and grabbed her and slung her around and right into that damn Coke machine and tore the damn thing all to pieces. But by the time I did that, I had 2 coaches on me. But I whispered to her, "You'll pay for this. You'll pay for that Coke machine. My mama ain't going to pay for that." Well, she did pay for it. My mama didn't pay for it. And she was apologizing to me right away. "I'm so sorry, Donna. I won't never do that again." It scared the hell out of her. And she didn't never do it again. And to this day, when she sees me out somewhere, she always says, "Hey, Donna, how you doing?" Some people need some shit like that. They don't learn no other way. And I got a feeling ain't nothing like that ever happened to you. You better be glad I didn't go to school with you. People always thought just because I was funny, I was a clown in school. When I was younger, they just thought, "Oh, you're just funny as hell." But as I got up bigger and I started seeing how mean people could be, they saw another side to me too. Some respected it. Some thought, "Man, she's just mean. You don't want to mess with her." Then later in life, people started figuring it out. Well, she's not mean. I think she just likes to fight people that she knows can fight. Then it turned around and they realized, oh, well, she's just going after bullies. Damn straight. I didn't give a shit if I got my ass whooped. My brother whooped my ass several times, but it didn't stop us. Them little horns up there. Is it getting to you, Peggy? Is your demons stirring up since we started reading Bible verses? 1 Timothy 6:1. Ormer says, "Let as many bondservants as are under the yoke count their own masters worthy of all honor, so that the name of God and his doctrine may not be blasphemed." Exactly. Following in Romans, yep. Organon says, Timothy 6:3. "If anyone teaches otherwise and does not consent to the wholesome words, even the word of our Lord Jesus Christ, and to the doctrine which accords with godliness, he is proud, knowing nothing, but is obsessed with disputes and arguments over words, from which come envy, strife, rivaling, evil suspicions." Amen. And that's exactly right. And that's exactly what you're doing, Peggy. You cause discord, confusion, division. When God says come together in unity, your mind must be in one accord, in unity. With who? Christ. Not this shit that you stay around in and instigate, and others like you. Now, I started this live to expose just a little bit of what I can online. Well, I got other stuff I can expose, but I'd have to go through it, sift through it, make sure that no victim's name is being said. Will I really put myself through that? I don't know. to me, is sick. It's tiresome. I have been warning people, been trying to tell them, you better be listening to that man. You better be listening, but watch him. Because every now and then he'll slip in a truth. Then he'll deflect from it. Slip in, deflect. Slip in, deflect. You're not going to get away from Rose or stop anything with Rose as long as you're still messing with Lionel, because they're a team. That's her team. I see that. I honestly thought Rose had a chance this time. She was doing so much better. I've not been watching anything. I haven't felt like watching anything. So I went over to Rose's. I was going to say hi, but I heard what she said and I thought, oh no, I'm done. Because I know her and Lionel are going to end up back together again. It's going to be the same damn pot stir. How you could possibly, after everything he said about her and some of the things he exposed, because I've got it here where he's talking to her about her, quote, trafficking. And he sounds scared for her. You've got to take that down. She's been wanting to know where this is coming from. Rose, get your ass over here and listen to this. You talk about what you've heard or what you think all the time when it comes to me. You got what I think in a ton of emails. But you don't ever say thank you for that information. You don't ever verify the information. All you do is come back on me. Somewhere down through there, you'll slip in something about Sippy. Depending on your mood. Well, you did it one time too many, because I will not be reaching out to you again to try to help you with anything. And if people don't see the connection between you and Lionel by now, that it's just all a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, he hurt your feelings. I know he did. He hurt you bad. But you can't cut yourself away from him. You won't cut yourself away from him. And if all he does is get rid of everybody and then you come back, that'll be your happiest moment. But unless all of your subs also sub to him, it won't last long, because he's using you, and you know that already. For what? Subs. And even if you come together, like he says, and monetize, Lionel won't be able to keep it. And all of a sudden, I went and watched him. He's going to monetize his channel back because he finally can after all these months. But he says that he's not going to because you want percentage. You know what I think? I think you've already got a plan. You're going to be the one to monetize. And Lionel will get a percentage. But he's twisting it. It's a story. We'll know soon enough. But I know when it comes to YouTube, it's nothing but BS all the way around. And I'm tired of both of you. I've had 11 years with you. Here for too long, it's be 12. 10 with him. Won't be too long, it'll be 11. I've given you all I have to give because God has now cut that cord for me. And I feel free. I was genuinely concerned for you this last time. But it don't matter what anybody does. You're going to keep talking. I've not seen one thing from Lizzo. I don't see these other people you're talking about going around making shit about you except for Wheels. Her songs. But think about it this way. You're always talking about Wheels. And if she quit, I don't think you'd stop. But who is Wheels aligned with right now? Lionel. Birds of a feather flock together. Or either that bird realizes that, oh, I'm in with the wrong bird crew. I got to get out of here. I'll be destroyed. I liked Wheels. Still do. Feel bad for her that she is acting this way. It puts a bad light on her. But that's her choice. Like I said, we're all responsible for self. And every time that I would come live, Mary Jane Doe would be here just like that. Where's she at? That tells me something too. And if anybody's out there wanting to get on to Lozzie and tell her that whatever, because she's a mod of mine, get off her ass. I'm not taking her ranch away from her unless she comes to me herself and says, I can't handle it no more. Please take my ranch. I will. But you people don't control nothing. I don't control nothing. So with that, I'm fixing to be getting off of here. Warrior Nun says nothing but is obsessed with disputes and arguments over words from which come envy, strife. And we read that, and that's true. When you start seeing people doing discord and division and stirring up the sewage and all that stuff, you got to recognize that that's nothing but negativity. You got negative, you got positive. Pick your side. Most of you already have. You're on the negative side. So don't expect people that's on a positive side to get along with you. And don't expect that you can come over on their side and start some shit and we ain't going to fight you back. It don't work like that. It won't ever work like that. Don't come and start some kind of war with us and think you're going to get by with it, because you won't. Only difference in me and a lot of other people is they work quietly, very covert. You'll never even know what hit you. I'm one of those that is the voice warning you of what's coming. Just like, I guess you could say, John told everybody about Jesus and what's coming. Who's coming? Coming. And bam, there he was. You're welcome. Thank you, Warrior Nun. I invite everybody here. Please give a thumbs up. If you're not subbed, sub. If you've been kicked out before, get somebody that is related to you to let me know you want to come back. And I will unban you and give you a second chance. I know everybody changes. But the first one that comes in here acting like Peggy, you'll be banned forever. I won't let you come back again. I want to thank everybody that's been praying for me, that's been meditating for me, that has had a soft spot in their heart for me, that understand why I do what I do and how hard it is. I want to thank those that's been praying for me, that my doctors and my nurses and all medical care will be anointed by God and have my angels round about all the time. It means a lot to me, because in real life where I live at this moment in time, I don't really have anybody. And that hurts my heart. At the same time, though, it's making me stronger by the day. I want to thank those that's praying about Dobie. This really took a lot out of him the other night when I got so sick. I still don't know if I had a massive seizure. I don't know if I came near death. I don't know what happened to me. I just know I had been in my fourth day of no sleep, that I hadn't had much food to eat. I was dehydrated. I could not get myself hydrated. I drank so much water and Gatorade. Nothing was working. My head was hurting really bad. I didn't know what my blood pressure was. My cuff's not here. I gave it to my aunt. I was having, I was hot and cold at the same time. It was a weird feeling. My body felt like it was on fire, and at the same time, I'm just freezing to death. Uh, it's a good chance, too, that it may have been that I went into shock. I don't know what happened. I just know that I went through this in May, 4 days, 4 nights, no sleep. And then here I am. That's May, June, July, August. I do it again. And I've got to figure out a way that I do not miss this next appointment, because they're making an emergency appointment for me, and I got to be there at 7 o'clock in the morning, which is going to be hard. I got to drive 50 something miles one way, get it done, then supposed to drive home, but I'm not going to be able to do that. I already know I can't. So I'm working on now getting a hotel for 2 days, 2 nights, so I can go there, sleep, get up early that morning, go to that doctor, then come back to the hotel, rest, and the next day try to manage to get me some groceries, because I'm out of everything, just about everything. Make the drive back, pick up Dobie, then come back to the house, because they're going to call me soon after that and set it up for me to go to the preliminary specialist and to get my sleep study done at the same time. And that's in another county. And after that's done, hopefully they will clear me and I can go get this surgery done. I am ready for all this stuff to get over with, to see if that's going to make me feel better, because there's a lot of things I need to get done uh, before I leave this earth. Important things. And then after that, at least I won't have as much stress on me, because I know, well, that's all been done. I'm ready anytime, Lord. Just please get Dobie first. He's getting old, and I'm stressing him out. And I don't want my baby stressed out. Plenty care, Peggy. You're the one that don't care about anybody. Poor people, nobody else. And you know what? When I find out who you are, there's not anybody here, I don't think, going to have any mercy and grace upon you when I reveal just how evil you are. And if you go to jail, there's people with some pull that can let all them people in jail know exactly who you are, what you are, and I don't think they're going to like you at all. Because you're going to be in there with poor people. You're going to be in there with gang members. You're going to be in there and don't like people that think they're above everybody else, claiming they got a ton of money. You might want to start watching that damn mouth. For real. Warrior Nun, you stay blessed too. Thank you for being in here. And oh, you've been to jail already. Whoa, thought you said that you ain't never been. You just contradicted yourself, and we got it right here in the chat. I ain't never been to jail. I ain't never been in trouble. My family's clean as whatever. I got all your shit you've said before. I have been to jail 3 times. They love you. Sure they do. What'd you go to jail for? You willing to tell us? You say I went to jail. You've also said I got criminal records, that I got a rap sheet a mile long and all that kind of stuff. When no, that's not true. So since you went to jail 3 times, you want to share why you went to jail? A lot of people have been to jail to visit people. But you say you've been to jail. What, to visit somebody? Or am I going to find out you've been in jail 3 times, maybe more? And what did you go to jail for? Or did you go to prison? jail. But we ain't gonna get no answer to that one, are we? And if we do, is it gonna be a lie? I will find out. But for now, y'all, I've said enough. I'm tired. I'm thankful I can breathe better today. I'm thankful. Oh, armed burglary. Well, that's a big time felon. So you committed a felony. That's one time you went to jail, or is that all three times? Fill us in here, girl. You got us all interested. Tell us what a big criminal you are. You say I've been to jail three times. They all loved you. Who, the inmates? And you went for armed burglary. Really? I'd like to see you come down here and try to burglarize me with a gun. So, was that just one time? It's hard to believe anything you say, but I'm considering it. Tell us more before I gotta go. I'm tired of talking on here. My throat's starting to hurt. Two? So, you committed armed burglary two times. What was you trying to steal to commit burglary with a gun? What was you wanting? Money to do that? Or jewelry? Or did you high out of your mind or something and just wanted alcohol or something in your 20s? How much time did you get for that? Did you have to go to prison for it? Especially on two. What's the third thing for? That's a big time felony, especially two times. Pretty sure you can't own a weapon now. Positive you can't. You're a felon. You can type faster than this. Come on, give it up. Tell us. We want to know. At least you got my attention now. I want to ask you a couple more questions before I go. And it ain't got nothing to do with what you're talking about right now, but I want you to finish answering these questions. We make a lot of stupid decisions when we're young, and especially through those 20s. But the questions I'm going to ask you, you're probably not going to want to answer. Here's what I want to know, Peggy, and I'm being very, very sincere in asking you this. Manslaughter. So you killed somebody. Was that by accident? Did you have a wreck or shoot somebody by accident? What? And was that in your 20s too? Manslaughter is usually when you don't mean to do something, it's an accident, but you went to jail for it. So it was still some type of negligence. Even though you didn't mean to be negligent, you still got to do time for it because you took a life. So I'm considering what you're saying, even though I'm not sure I believe any of it. Don't believe too much of nothing comes out of you. But I'm considering it. It was a child in a crib. The mother wasn't watching, and the child in the rotor rolled out into the road. That's sad. Wondering if the mother got in trouble too. But that is sad. And I could see how if something like that happened, you were probably traumatized inside. Which was going to bring me to my next questions that I wanted to ask you. And I'm being very sincere in what I'm saying. I'm putting my anger with you completely to the side. Peggy, for somebody that talks like you do and acts like you do and seems so full of, see, I didn't care much, that kind of thing, and you was drunk. Well, maybe you didn't care when you was drunk, but later, did you feel anything later? Any kind of compassion, any kind of regret, uh, anything like that after the fact? You didn't? Well, you know what that tells me? If what you're telling me is true, you're either a psychopath or a sociopath, and that is a diagnosis. And you can't help it if that's what you are. And it means that you need professional help, not just going to jail. People don't get rehabilitated in jail. They need a professional. They need help. So this is leading me into the other questions that I wanted to ask you with anger completely put to the side. Are you an only child? That's the first question. Second question is, if you're not the only child, are you the oldest or the youngest? So you're a only child? Just verify that yes or no if you're an only child. And I'd really like to know if you're not, if you're the oldest. Mainly if you're the oldest or an only. So I'm still not answering. I'm not getting it. Either say oldest or older, whatever. Let me know that much, because what I want to say is going to be tied to whether you're the oldest. What area are you when it comes to childhood birth? Okay, you're not. Okay, good. All right, I want to hang on to that. Now, when you did these armed robberies, was you drunk then or high? Either one. Okay, you wasn't. All right, now I want to ask you one more thing, and then I'm going to tell you what I wanted to say. Um, did you ever have a drinking or a drug problem? Have you ever self harmed? Had an eating disorder, even? Maybe something along those lines. Okay. Not going to ask you which one. It don't matter. But Peggy, being an only child has a lot of repercussions. And I know that because I only had my one son, even though I tried to get pregnant again. And it's hard for an only child. Alcohol issues. That's what I was thinking it might be. But I think that somewhere along the way in your childhood, you were traumatized. I got certain things in my mind about how you might have been traumatized. And due to that is why you ended up in the alcohol situation, and you probably had somebody in your family really close, either a mother, a father, or a grandparent that was an alcoholic. And it may not be that you're a psychopath or sociopath. It may be that due to whatever you went through in childhood, you actually blocked it all. You became so angry and frustrated that your judgments of other people all became just the same judgment for everybody. You don't trust anybody, nobody. You'll give your time, maybe, to a person, but you've always got these walls up. And what you've done is you've built such a big wall around yourself that you forgot to allow room even for a window. So your protection is you deflecting onto other people, even if you have to make up something that's going to hurt them because you don't want to be hurt. Now, if this is something that I'm talking about that's ringing a bell with you, I understand why you act the way you do. And I could even have mercy upon that, grace too, and an empathic feeling for you that would want me that would force me really to reconsider my thoughts about you and want to truly put you in a prayer that your heart, mind, soul, and body would all be healed of past trauma. And you would realize just how special you are and that you've been loved and supported upon your entire journey. You just haven't seen it yet, but it's there. My mother was murdered by my father. That right there is enough to warp anybody's head. And it makes me understand you a lot better now. I was almost murdered by my dad. My brother was almost murdered by my dad. His mother was almost murdered by her son. My mother was beaten and beaten and beaten in front of us when I was a little girl. He ended up dead. And I knew that it would either be me or my youngest brother that would end up having to do it because he was going to end up killing one of us if we didn't. And sure enough, he was drunk. And my brother came in for the night. He was 15 years old. And right when he walked in, my dad started attacking him with a knife. And my brother was pretty stout. And he took both those knives away from my dad. Next thing he knew, my dad had that 38 in his hand that he had done shot at him several times with, and the one he shot at me with. And my brother done got into the house. He couldn't get back out, so he just went running to his room. My daddy firing shots. But he shot the lock off the door in the bedroom. My brother was trying to go out the window. This was all planned by my daddy because my brother didn't know it, but my daddy had nailed shut that window. I believe that my dad did this on purpose because my brother's biological mother, he's my half brother, she had died along with his little brother that was 2 years old due to a flood that collapsed a bridge. She didn't know how to swim, but she tied herself to something that was sticking out in all this water rushing by. And when they found her, she was still hanging on to that thing with her little boy tied to her chest. Both of them died, but she had a life insurance policy that if anything happened to her, the money was to be split between her two sons. But since this little boy died, all that money went to my brother. And by law, my little brother had to go and live with his biological father, which is mine, who was crazy as a freaking Bessie bug. Mean as hell. My dad knew that if anything happened to his son, my brother, that money come to him. I think that's exactly what he wanted to happen because there's other instances that he tried to do it and make it look like it was going to be like something else. Because one time he shot at him after he told him to go outside and make sure that the car doors was locked. And as soon as he got out there, he started shooting. My brother ran. But when we got there with the police, my dad saying, "Oh, I didn't know it was him. I thought somebody was trying to break into the car." Bow-faced lie. The police would never do anything because my dad was considered a police hero for taking up for a black on duty cop that was getting attacked by gang members in the state of Illinois. And it cost him to have a metal plate put in his head. So all of a sudden, he's known as a police hero. Therefore, it didn't matter what we said. It was also in his medical records that my dad was homicidal and suicidal, but yet they let him keep a gun. I told my brother when my dad took him away from here, and he did it at a time he knew I couldn't do anything. I was 22. But I was 8 months pregnant, high risk pregnancy, swelling, swelling, swelling. And I knew when they left something bad was going to happen. And it did. But when my daddy shot that lock off and he went in on my brother, I told my brother before he left, I said, you get a gun and you hide it. Use it if you got to use it. My brother did what I told him to do. And when my dad busted into that room, he opened up that closet. We didn't have to open it. My brother took the door off of it and put up a flag. He had a shotgun in there. And when my dad pulled that loose, my brothers didn't even know that he had two guns in his hands. He thought it was only the 38. But he pointed that gun at my brother and he saw that shotgun and he laughed and was pointing that gun at him. He said, you ain't got the guts. And right then, my brother on instinct just pulled the trigger and that was the end of it. And he took off running. An investigation was done. I made it to Illinois. And I was told, your brother don't know this, but everything he's told us makes sense, but we still got to go to court. I had to fight Geraldo and all these other damn reporters up there because they wanted this story, Come to find out, my dad didn't just have a 38 in his hand. He had a 22 in the other. And was firing shots from both of them. Brother didn't know nothing about it. And when he went down, he had both of those guns in his hand. And they didn't know, do you want to tell him or do you want us to tell him? I said, I'll tell him. We went before a jury of 20-something people. And that thing was over with within 15 to 20 minutes after my testimony. And my brother was cleared for pure self-defense at 15 years old. And he has just been through pure hell. And ever since that happened, me, the other two brothers, that brother, and my son have all been hurt. Police brutality by other cops. This is why I hated police officers so much. I couldn't stand them. I didn't care where they was from. I didn't care. If I seen a uniform, my teeth would grit. And then later in life, I did not realize the pull that my producer had. But he tricked me. He knew how traumatized I was. And he asked me for a favor, and I would do anything for him. He asked me to go to a particular sheriff's department because they were so short on search and rescue workers, and he knew that I had the training for that. And I said, okay, I'll do it, but I don't want to be around these cops. He said, I know, but just do it for a little while. And that's when I learned that not all cops are bad. There's some good ones out there. There's some good sheriffs out there. And that's when I became a deputy. And I learned a lot of stuff. That's when I really got interested in law. And I began to study. And I mixed that in with my nursing experience, in with my ministry, in with everything. And it was all meant to be. I hated my daddy. And it was only up about 5 years ago that I was able to forgive my dad because I realized had it not been for my dad being so mean to me, cutting me down all the time, I would have never finished nursing school because I almost quit 3 times. It was hard having a little baby or 2-year-old and going to school and trying to get everything done. I mean, I was just exhausted. But I would hear my daddy in my head saying, DJ, your goals are set way too high. You're not smart enough to be a nurse. Da, 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 da. And every time I'd hear, I say, I'll be damned. I'll show you, because I'd be cussing him under my breath and him dead. But that is what pushed me. And no, they didn't arrest my brother. They held him in a safe home until we went to court. It had to be a court to clear this. But even the investigators were ready to testify on his behalf. They pulled all of Daddy's records, and they saw where those records said plain as day, this man is homicidal and suicidal, especially after that head injury. But he was mean as hell even before he got hurt. I know narcissism. I know danger. I grew up with it. And then when my mother married the second time, he was in the army. Had to come home from Vietnam because he got shot. And he was mean as hell. I got tired of him beating on my mama too. When she finally said, I don't want you here anymore, I want a divorce, that was good enough for me. I was just waiting on that. And she finally got him out of the house. I came in one day. I was like 13 years old at that time. He had that door shut, in there bouncing her around and her saying, please stop, please stop. And she heard me when I came into the house, and she hollered my name. Call the police. I picked up the phone and I heard him yell at me from in there, you better not call no damn police. I'll beat your ass. And I thought, son of a bitch. I hung up the phone. We always kept a loaded 22 rifle, and all of us knew how to use it. I was down in the boondocks, and my mother taught us, well, not just my mother, my cousins, everybody. We all knew how to shoot a gun by the time we were 8, and we knew you don't touch that. Nobody had to put their guns up. We knew you do not touch that. Not unless you absolutely have to. But I had done been in 4-H, done learned how to shoot a gun, especially a rifle, in every position. And I thought, I'm not having this shit. I watched my daddy do this. This man ain't going to keep doing this. And I went in there, and I opened up the closet, and I pulled that gun out, made sure it was loaded and ready to go. The safety was off, and I bammed on that door real hard, knowing he would open it, thinking he's fixing to come at me. And as soon as he opened that door, he saw that gun, and he backed up quick. No, 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 no. I said, yeah, no, no, no. I said, you going to get out of here. I'm fixing to shoot you. He never did treat me like he did my brothers. I think something about me was always really imitating, not imitating, that put him in a, I don't know about her kind of thing. My eyes are different. They're brown. When I'm getting pissed, they turn green, and it freaks out people. But I followed him all the way to that door, outside into his truck, and I told him with that gun right in his damn face, you come back around my mama again, I'll kill you. Just like I told my daddy. You shoot at me or one of my brothers or anybody else again, I'm coming to kill you. I love you, Daddy, but you're not going to kill one of us. These cops ain't going to help us. And he laughed at me and he said, DJ, that's what he called me. If I ever got crazy enough to kill one of my kids, I'd just turn around and kill myself. I said, you are crazy, and you're crazy enough to do that. But I'm not going to let you kill one of us. I already knew my daddy tried to kill himself before. What difference did it make him? None. I'm a serious person, Peggy. I'm the firstborn too. But the difference in me and you is I wasn't just trying to protect me or to protect my mother. I was also protecting siblings. I was the second mother. And it was traumatizing when I had to find out that my 15-year-old brother had to do what I should have done a long time ago, because I had every right to take my daddy out, but I did. And my brother still to this day suffers with bad, bad post traumatic stress disorder. I suffer with childhood post traumatic stress disorder, but the main stress disorder I have now is walking in this house 3 days after my son died, and I'll never get over that. So I know what trauma is. I don't know how you came up, but with these three things that you told me is true that you've done in your life, and this really happened with your mom and your dad, and these other things that I can just about imagine in my mind, I can see exactly why you act the way you do today. And it's not your fault. You just need somebody you can talk to that can help you just by listening and not judging you for it. And then maybe help you to see another part of the diamond cut, because you're in the middle of it. You can only see what's in front of you, but somebody else could maybe turn it a little bit and help you see something else, and then something else, and something else. But our heart, when we're hurt, we have a defense mechanism called anger. And the anger comes out to protect your hurt. But if you hang on to that anger, then bitterness comes in and you just totally lose yourself. And if you are 64 years old, it's not too late. Like I said, I'm 63, and it's only about 5 years ago I was able to forgive my dad. But whether I forgave him or I didn't, no matter what he was doing, I've always had love. He's my dad. And I miss him. I had good times, but most of my times were all bad times. But you're not alone. You're not the only one. So if you ever want to come back over here again, I want you to come. Only thing I'm asking you to do is to try to come in peacefully. And know that this is one channel you can come to. That you ain't got to worry about joining in to troll anybody. You don't have to say anything mean. You don't have to deal with any of that. And if you get slack for that from other people that are so used to you doing that, and they say, well, you're over at Sippy's and blah, blah, blah. You know what? That's all up to you. It's just like Laws coming in and telling me what she did yesterday. She's getting a lot of people coming against her because she's a mod over here. And I told her, I said, you know what? If you need me to take your mod away to get some of this stress off of you and them, I'll do it. But you're going to have to tell me that you don't want your mod. I'm not just going to take your mod. She never told me, yeah, I'll take it away. But if she comes in and she says, yeah, I need you to take it away, I will. I don't just hand out mods. I have handed out mods, and I trusted them till they gave me a reason not to. Then I take it away, and once I take it away, it ain't coming back. So I hope we can end it with me and you, Peggy, with all the stuff that we've been fussing about through here. Just set that over to the side, because what's said on the side ain't near as important as what I'm trying to tell you now. There's a reason everybody acts the way they do. And one of the reasons that I didn't turn in certain reports is because I saw something else that was better in them that I knew could come forth if they just understood why they were acting the way they did. And you're saying no, and that's okay. You got the right to your own way of going. But if you do come back in here and you start coming at me, I'm going to block you. I hope that your father got arrested if that's what he did. And I'm sorry for the trauma that it bestowed upon you. All right, y'all. I thank y'all for being here. As for me, I'm going to continue in Theost. I am going to be as I am. One of those hosting enlightenment of spiritual thought, not religious. I ain't nothing about that religious stuff. Consideration of 153, and Peggy says Rose mocked me for my mother's death. That's Rose. That's not me. And whoever it is, anybody to mock somebody for something like that is wicked. That's terrible. See, that's one thing you don't do. You know, if a man wants to really fight and he can't get a man to fight him, all he's got to do is say, "Your mother," and they're off that porch. Pow! Don't attack my mama. But if you really want to get a rise out of a woman, say something about her kid. Don't mess with a mama bear. All you got to do is look at them wrong. But when you mess with a grieving mama bear, it's worse than a horror movie. Your father didn't get arrested? Well, see, I don't know why your father did it. Was it self-defense? I don't know why. But taking a life is some serious business. I've never took a life, but it ain't to say that I'm not capable. Especially since I know what it's like to go into a blind rage. Because if I'd had my gun with me when I went into that, and I would have killed that girl, and I'd be in prison today. Now, before Justin died, I wasn't like that. I had everything in me pretty much under control of everything. You had to if you're going to be in law enforcement. And hell, you don't need to have no bad temper like that. But this was different. But whatever your trauma is, I hope that you're healed from it one day. And I hope your life is better now, for real. But you got to quit going around, Peggy, saying things about me that is hearsay or just stuff you make up in your head, because you are talking about an ex-law enforcement officer. You are defaming a name that has no record, that is pure legit, that is known all across the Mid-South. And thankfully, people haven't found me yet over here at YouTube, even though I was doxxed. But just the words you say, if I didn't come back on you, if it were to get spread all over the place, you are wrecking a name that is real, that's been all over TV and other things, not just on TV, but on satellite back in the day. And God says you need to have a virtuous name and you need to keep your name clean. And that's exactly what I've tried to do all my life. And I'm not going to let anybody like you or anybody else come in here, nowhere on any social media, and just boldface do slander, libel, and absolute defamation. And other people that allow it, it's usually because they're ignorant of the law. They don't think they can do anything about it. But I'm telling you, yes, you can. Don't trust YouTube. Just because you filed a report with YouTube, YouTube ain't going to do nothing. But law will. He done it because my mother. What? Really? That's supposed to be his reason? My name is Donna. Absolutely is Donna. My real name was Dox. My name is Donna. Means lady in Italian. But I don't understand how come he wasn't arrested. Can you explain that one to me? If he killed your mother and he wasn't arrested, but they'll arrest you for manslaughter when the mother wasn't paying attention to the baby, that's not fair, number one. And number two, it's not making too much sense. And if you did an investigation on me, you think I was only married 2 times, and you're thinking I got records of arrests and all this stuff in Texas, and you don't think my name is Donna, then apparently you didn't look up the right person. It says all Donnas are dead in Tennessee. Honey, that ain't true. I got 3 friends named Donna in Tennessee. 2 of them's nurses, and the other one is up in the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee. What are you talking about? Are you drinking now? Do you still drink? Tell me that. Let me know if you still drink. Maybe I can figure out when you're drunk writing something and when you just being an ass. uh, only, oh my gosh, there's no Donnas in Tennessee. You do? Well, that explains some of it then. Honey, there's a bunch of Donnas, but it shows obituaries for Donna. J.A. I don't know. I've never looked up obituaries for Donna. There's one artist though that has the same name I do, but not the J. You can find her real easy. Jack got to me one time. He said, "Is this you? It don't look like you." I said, "That ain't me." He said, "Well, she sounds like you when she sings." I listen. I said, "She don't sound like me because I know that artist. We don't sound nothing alike." But her name is Donna A. But that ain't me. I'm the real Peggy. I know your full name. I know where you live, and I know your record. Well, you don't have a record, Peggy. There's no record to have as far as legal record. There's absolutely none. So you're mixed up somewhere. And also, if you looked it up and you think I've only been married 2 times, it's giving you false information. I've been married 3 times. I was married to a military guy first time. I married this other guy the next time, and that's Justin's biological father. And then I married a third time, which is the man that actually raised Justin. And we've been divorced for umpteen years. So you're in the wrong section, honey. But for somebody like you, if you're telling the truth and you're a felon twice for armed burglary, I know you can't carry a gun anymore. And then for manslaughter, and you want to come try to pick at my background, and I know damn well you ain't going to find nothing, and you just insist on it, you're delusional. You're you're either lying about what you're saying, or you haven't found the right person, or your brain is what we call wet brain. You've drank too much and your brain is pickled. But either way, if this happened with your mom and dad, you've got a traumatized brain too, and you need some help. Lie. Yeah, that's what you do. I wasn't interested in how many times you were married, but I know you're a rest. You're talking to a clone. A clone of who? Are you a clone? Now you say you're a real Peggy. Now you're saying you're a clone. I have no record. Really? Well, I'll know eventually. So you see, you're telling lies up there too. You lying about your mom? You lying about Rose making fun of you? Is everything that comes out of what you type and say nothing but a lie? Ooh, then my balls went over. So either way, you tripping yourself up, right? Pretty much. There's people in here watching right now. They're not saying nothing. They're listening. They're reading. You didn't like your mom? A lot of people don't like their moms or their dads. What's that got to do with anything? You're sitting here saying your dad murdered your mother. You're saying that you committed burglary armed. That means with a handgun or something. You're saying you've been in jail 3 times. You're saying that you have a problem with alcohol and that you were drunk when you actually killed a child. You're saying all this in here. You're either telling us the truth or you're just making up lies like you normally do when it comes to me, especially. So, what you said about me made me look at everything you say about everybody else, and I think that girl, that woman here, or it, man, whatever you are, uh, don't trust nothing that you say. I ask you some questions because I truly wanted to know why you might act the way you do. I have offered to you that you can come into this chat. We can talk about things because I do talk about trauma. I talk about self harm. I talk about eating disorders. And nothing I talk about is not something that I've experienced myself. The person who claims I have a record is a Peggy clone, probably Rose. Well, I can go back up through here on everything that, quote, Peggy has said and look at the last numbers. And I'm not seeing anything any different just looking at this right here. It's all the same thing. It all says TJ1WS. I'm just double checking to be sure. Yep, that's what it says. It's you talking. I'm going to scroll up just to be sure. Yep, every one of them. And even the one that says it was a child in a crib. On up here. Same Peggy. I don't know what to tell you, Peggy, but you got my word. Look carefully. They are different. I'm looking at it. And and you're talking to me the same way you've been leaving messages at Jack's. Same shit. Every one of them. Same call letters in the back as you just typed. going through them now. And one where you're saying, I'm the real Peggy, got the same letters behind it as the rest of them. I have been drinking. I apologize. I accept your apology. Just try to remember when you sober up that I told you that if you want to come back in here again, you're welcome to come. Just tone it down. This is a good channel, Peggy. It just got put into the shithole for about 5 years. But if I remain on here, I'm going back to my channel the way I want it to be. It's the way I want it to be. My people set back. I warned them before I did this. Just don't participate. Don't get involved. Don't want your channels mixed up. And they've all set back. And they're still sitting back. I've told them until I tell you, okay, you'll see it for yourself. Then we can all get started again. But I'm getting back to talking about the things that I know about, the things that matter, the things that can help people. There's people out there that need my help. I do not want to spend any more negative time in all this bullshit. And the only reason I made this one is because Lionel is getting too far out there. He don't believe that I will show anything because he knows I hate drama. He knows I don't want it on my channel at all. He didn't think I would say anything. And just what little bit I played today better give him the hint that I've got everything from the beginning to the end of when we first started this. And I'm trying to let everybody else know was just what little bit I played. They're in a dangerous place being over at Lionel's channel. People don't get a global report like that and not be looked in on every now and then. And especially if they're watching something and Lionel is telling the truth about something, and these people they know that are in there listening, and they keep going back to his channel after Lionel telling them what he did. They become suspects. And that's what's worrying me. It's a worry and a concern because I know not everybody in there is anything like that. They're just not paying attention. So I'm sounding the horn. Whoo, whoo, listen to me or don't. You have been horrible to me, and I never understood why. I've never said anything to you bad. I never thought anything of you bad, and then all of a sudden, I'm attacked by you everywhere. But in way down deep in the gut, I have been wondering this the whole time. These questions I ask you: were you the firstborn? Did you ever have alcohol people around you? I got other questions too I'd like to know, but I'm not about to ask you on here. But you fit a certain type of profile of people that would act that way, especially being a female. And I can associate with it because I know one of the reasons I fought so much as a kid, I didn't know it was a reason, but it was me getting my own frustration out. But I didn't go after vulnerable people. I found the bullies, and I didn't mind fighting, even if I lost. It got a lot of anxiety out of me. My daddy was a bully. I couldn't fight him. I could have, but I didn't. But these other people that wanted to come up and live a life like my daddy, and I knew they would when they got, I'd fight in a minute. My name got around. And people would go around, some of them would say, how can that girl be so pretty and be so feminine, but then just turn into a freaking tomboy in the snap of the finger? Guys that was interested in me, they lost interest in me for two reasons. One is because they knew I would fight if I had to, even them. And the other reason is because I was the only freaking virgin that I know of around here. I had morals. I did not have sex until I got with my first husband. I still have morals. I'm not a whore. I know the difference in sex and making love, and I hate sex. I've had sex. It was yuck. Can't wait till this is over. There are two accounts on chat. TJ1WS, who is me, and TJW1S is not me. Well, hopefully this will come back up and hey, hang on a second. What you say now? I'm going to get it again. TJ1WS, who is me, and TJW1S is not me. Well, ain't doing the same thing? Those are both the same letters. How can somebody have the same letters and not be the same person? I don't doubt what I've said about you in the past, Peggy, after everything you said about me, and I don't even remember nothing that I said to Dot. Uh, I've even said to, but I do know I've said something about you to Rose, because Rose keeps thinking that you're this one and or this one, this or that. Then she'll make it like it. She knows for a fact that you're this one, and I flat out told her, I said, I don't want to hear shit. I have to have evidence. I don't go by hearsay. I don't care what you think. Because there's many people that I was investigating that I thought I knew who that was, but I knew I couldn't just say, well, I think it's so and so. I knew I had to find out for sure. And it takes a long time to get everything down to par and verify something. But Peggy, if this is the real you, and I said something about you to Dot, and I said something about you to Peggy, uh, whatever I said was the truth. But you don't tell truths about me. You just make up shit. You have no receipt for anything that you say. You don't prove anything that you say. You don't have to behave the way that you behave. I promise you, your life will get a lot better if you'll reach over to a positive side. Martin told me you were associated. I've been associated with Rose, like I said, 11 years. Been nothing but a freaking fight. And then recently, she calmed down. And she's been calm with me. She may not even know yet that I heard a little something she said. It wasn't nothing real bad. It's just the fact that she brought me up again and something in the past that should be long gone and dead. And I'd already told her in an email, you do this one more time, and I'm done. I defend her when she's right, and I call her out when she's wrong. But I'm not doing either one anymore. I'm all about me right now, me and my dog, my health. Like I said, the only reason this come up with Lionel is to give him just a hint, a taste of what I can bring back up, and I can start back 5 years ago and how all that went, and to remind him that I told him last year before any of this stuff came up with all this bullshit he's doing. Be careful, Lionel. I'm telling you, you got people watching you in there. He was careful for a while, and then all of a sudden, I guess he just thought I was bullshitting. I'm not bullshitting. How many people are liking his stuff? You don't see very many likes. You see people in there, but does he know them? He don't know them. Some ain't saying nothing. They're just, he gets a view. They ain't saying nothing. They're just viewing. Martin is one that associated himself with Rose, and he don't know Rose, not like I do, not like Lionel does. Sippy, you talk shit about me, Dot. Okay, you already said that. And you're going to call me a liar. Well, whatever. I said I don't remember talking anything to Dot about you, but if I did, I don't doubt it. But I pretty much blacked out everything with her. I know. Dot says that I know things that I had no idea of. She says that I've said this to her and that I never said. And I know Dot. And now that I know her, and I've seen her for who she really is, best thing she can do is forget she ever even met me. Ain't apologizing for shit. I don't owe her an apology. Not one apology. Other than I'm sorry not only to her, I'm sorry to everybody that heard it. I'm sorry to myself. But above all, I am sorry to my Lord that I lost control of my flesh. That's it. And I'm not sorry to you. I am rebuking you for all the lies that you have gone around to different channels and wrote about me that are nothing but lies. And if you say they're not lies, then you need to start finding a receipt to prove it. Because you'll never find it. It don't exist. And that's just the truth, Peggy. Now, if I really owed you an apology, you would have already gotten it. There's many people that have done me really bad. Drove me almost insane when it come to my son. But when they came and apologized to me, I forgave them, knowing that if they was truly, truly apologetic, time would tell. Some of them were not truthful, and time revealed it. But others were, and we're just fine now. I'm a forgiving person because I know that devil can twist you up and he will use you against me. Just like he's done not only with Jesus, but with all the disciples, the apostles, anybody that has Christ in them. He said, worse things they'll do to you than they ever did to me. And that's true. Many will be killed. And I know that when I stepped forward and I done the right thing, I put 2 X's on my back right then with 2 different states. And I got more X's on my back for other things. But one thing God did is he took fear away from me. I do not have any fear of any of these people. I won't apologize to you, Peggy. What am I supposed to apologize to you for? What do you think you deserve an apology from me for? So that's like Rose. I want an apology. You owe me an apology. You owe me an apology. When have you ever said you're sorry to somebody? And I have apologized to Rose several times. about her not understanding what I really meant. And that ain't good enough either. Unless I say I'm sorry for exactly what she says I did when I know damn well I didn't, well, then she's won, according to her. Meaning that I'm admitting that what I did was exactly what she said and I've been a liar the whole time. No, it don't work like that, honey. I'm sticking to my truth. And I have never harassed you. Where have I went ever and harassed you? Can't come to your channel and harass you. Never even got into it with you anywhere except at Martin's that time I was over there. And you was in there several times each time I came. Not one time did I address you. Not once. You addressed me, asking me a pretty simple question. I answered it honestly, and you chose to take that as an opportunity to try to start something with me over at Martin's when he's not paying attention. Then he goes back and looks, and all of a sudden I'm to blame for it. Well, you know, God's got a reason for everything. He showed me immediately who Martin was. One more flea. Out into the universe. I don't trust anybody 100%. Didn't trust Martin 100%. Don't trust myself 100%. Because my flesh, it can get out of whack. But my spirit's never out of whack. When I see you, I see you. You can't put a mask back on no more. I'm apologizing to you that you've had to go through such bullshit, if all that stuff is true, that has an influence on who you are today. Because nobody should have to go through trauma like that as a kid. And I don't harass. I don't make up shit. I don't do any of that. Why are you talking to the Peggy clone as if it was me? TJ1S is not me. Then tell me why every single time you say that, and I'm looking at all the Peggies, you've got the same freaking call number behind you, which is TJ1S. What's up with that? YouTube don't give the same number to anybody. I'm not stupid, Peggy. Don't tell you what to do. Well, stop telling me what to do. It's like I'm arguing with a damn teenager. Y'all, I gotta go for real. My throat's hurting. I'm tired. This ain't nothing but a silly thing going on. And I've been on here for 4 freaking hours. It's time to go. This is ridiculous. Anyway, Peggy, get yourself together. You're welcome over here if you want to talk and be nice. If you ain't, you come in here again and you're talking all crazy, every single Peggy that comes in here will be blocked. So you need to go figure out who that is if you think it's somebody else and block them somehow. You know, file your report if somebody stole your shit. But you got the same number, same shit behind every single Peggy, and you're trying to gaslight. I don't fall for that shit. And I got a great life. I can go to bed at night and lay my head down and hope to goodness I don't have insomnia, but I can sleep. You, on the other hand, like I said, you're either a psychopath or worse, sociopath. You have no feelings. You have no conscience about yourself. But I'm telling you, everything that you say to me and anything you do to mock God when it comes to me, you need to keep your eyes open and you'll know when it hits you and you'll remember every word I said here, drinking or not. So until next time, y'all, it's Sippy walking in Theos, always with consideration. See, it's me of 153. Until next time, y'all. Take care, Gators. Bye-bye.